see if it works.
We have some ambient music in the One-Shot channel if you want to play that. Caden, you're kind of on your own.
Yeah.
Not trying to be a dick, but streaming is kind of tough.
It is live if a link wants to be posted.
Alright, hold on. Let me post your link for you.
I'm grabbing my coffee.
Yeah, I just looked for last Saturday. It's fine.
That's all I ever do.
There we go. Got the special sneak attack dice pulled out.
I have my mimic guarding my dice.
I had my Tiamat guarding my dice.
I have no friends guarding my dice.
Cross will guard your dice for you.
Oh god, no.
I could use my cage dice. They're really nice.
I need to get to my dice, Christian. I don't need to roll like a DC 30 just to bypass all of his defenses to get to my dice.
Oh. And it's not 30. He's not that bad. It's only 22.
So that's Dungeons and Dragons, but what's the other D's for, Darkly? Considering you got about 16 of them.
I don't remember. I wrote that title way back on like episode 7, and I just copy and paste it every week, so.
Wait, hold on. Is this a Discord?
He's talking about the announcement.
D and D.
Yeah, Darkwing. What is the?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I actually copy and pasted it off of one of his stream titles.
I know what the extra D's are for.
They're for all the times Holland's gone.
Live.
No, you forgot the UA between each one. Dun dun dun.
Wow.
Oh boy.
A couple more times, but you're good.
I think we want people to actually watch the stream, not be sent off like that.
This is a great night. Welcome to my world being DM, where we never actually start on time.
Alright, so any questions before we start?
Can y'all see the stream? Is it working?
Yes, I can.
Nope. Mostly because I don't have it playing.
Oh.
So, who's the DM again?
That'd be one too many distractions.
Who's the DM?
Oh,
Yes, it's playing just fine.
Thank you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so. Welcome to the Night Howl One-Shot. I'm your DM, Darkwing.
Woo!
Our players are... So for you, Kaisis, what is your preferred short name? Vermont?
Just Vermont's fine.
Okay. Grab your sheet. So Kaisis, we have playing Vermont Don Cairn. I'm sorry if I butcher anybody's name. We have Tyler Rift playing as Sauron. You guys will do your own intros later, which is why I'm not saying their classes and everything. We have Christian as Cross, Holland as Mantra, and Caden as Steve. All right, so our one-shot takes place in the Kingdom of Hushaba, which the capital city of Hushaba is Silka. And it's ruled by, instead of a king or a queen, it's ruled by a council, which is made up of all of the heads of the most powerful families in this kingdom. Kind of a split amongst the more common races, human, dwarven, Leonin, elven. There's other races intermixed as well, but there are not as many of them request itself that you guys are taking on was originally posted by the Merchant Guild, who normally gather materials from this village, such as hides, meat. So a bit of a hunting village is what it's known for. The village goes by the name of Vendenbrock. And about 6 months ago, the Merchant Guild's occasional merchant didn't really send a caravan. It was more like a single wagon because it's a pretty small village. But they can no longer get into the village because there are wolves keeping everybody out. Or so the reports have said. So the Merchant Guild posted a request with the Adventurers Guild in the capital city of Silka. And the request could be accepted anywhere across the kingdom that has a branch of the guild. So, what I'm going to have everybody do now... I don't know. So I need everybody to roll a d4.
One.
4.
4.
2.
3.
And a couple things here. So what we're rolling for is we're rolling for the information you gathered while you were either on your way here or where you initially started the request. And these are basically these are rumors. So it is up to you whether you believe them or tell anybody about them or whatnot. They are rumors and just general information you've gathered. We send this out to everybody.
I take it nobody wanted to talk to Gross again.
Need to turn this ambient. Yep. All right. So, and that's this one more time here while I'm copy and pasting. Caden, what did you roll? Or Steve? I better get used to saying the right names. Steve, what was your roll?
2.
All right. Holland. All right, Mantra. I'll get it.
It was a 3.
Okay. And Vermont?
I had the pleasure of rolling a 4.
And Sauron.
Yes, I got a 4.
All right. Jeez, how far down my DM's list are you? All right, let me do this side. Oh, that's why. It's under a different name. Okay, so I sent you guys the rumors that you each gathered. It is up to you whether you believe the rumors from the people that is listed where you got it from, or whether you feel it's just BS that they're spouting because they're whatever. Or if you even bother sharing it with your group. So now, the next preparation we are going to do, I need everybody to make that. No, so why? Oh, that's why. So I wrote it over here. Okay. So I need everybody to make either a survival or a nature check. Your choice, which one? And then whatever you roll for the couple people that are hand rolling, punch it into roll 20.
It's a 9.
Got a 9 too, but for some reason mine is not switching over.
Or up to a flying stat.
Especially with a plus
11.
7.
9, wow, 2 9s, a 12, 11. Here. And a 3. Oof. Okay.
Oh, indeed.
All right. So we are going to open on a very thick forest along a very rough, beaten dirt path. And it's about the agreed upon spot for everybody to meet was about a half a mile south of the village itself in a small clearing along the main road that leads to the village. All right. So just a quick check, being this is my first time working with Roll20. Can everybody see that now?
Yes.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
see
scroll down.
Yes. In the center of your screen, it'll be along the bottom of it. You might have to scroll down or zoom out a little bit.
there we go. Now
So right at the so right at the bottom is our opening area here. So you're coming along it's a very beaten up dirt path. It's starting to get a little run down, weeds coming up through the dirt again, not well traveled in. And the forest on either side is very thick. Like you can maybe see 2 rows of trees into the forest. They're very, very thick trees. And coming from the southeast corner of the road there, the first thing, our first to arrive is Cross. Correct. So,
All right,
Cross,
so
we can grab your.
since it's been a long travel, I will probably be riding the warhorse.
Okay. I forgot.
So it's a good thing I mentioned this now.
Yes. All right. So I'll grab that in just a second here. All right. So Cross is the first to arrive, coming up with the clearing on your left. It's got a very run-down, beaten-up old sleeping bag just kind of tucked off to the corner of the campsite. There's a wood chopping axe there, but you wouldn't trust it. The handle's like cracked and shattered and barely usable, with kind of a half-rotted stump underneath it. Basically, you're seeing just a couple of old materials that got left there because they didn't want them.
It's an abandoned camp, basically.
Yeah, very abandoned long time ago. So, would you like to introduce Cross for us?
Okay, so as Cross approaches the clearing, you hear the metallic clanking of steel on the ground as his mechanical warhorse slowly trots into view. And atop this mechanical horse is a figure clad all in plate mail from head to toe, with black enamel just covering almost everything except for a few highlights that are polished bronze. He has a shield strapped to his back, also black enamel, but intricately worked with design. It actually has a cross embedded into it, worked into the metal itself, and enameled a lighter shade of gray so that it stands out slightly. His visor is always down so that nobody can see his face. And the eye slits are very dark. And as he comes to a halt near this abandoned campsite, he just sits quietly upon his horse, patiently waiting for others to arrive.
All right. And where are you going to place your horse in the little meeting area?
I mean, he can be assumed to just be underneath me. It's like I'm just leave me
Okay.
there and I'm riding him.
All right, let's place
Like, I will.
you.
I'll stay mounted.
Okay. All right. So right as Cross steps into the clearing, not 30 seconds later, completely silent. You don't really hear much of anything. You hear, and I hear that. The next one to arrive is Vermont.
Yay.
There it
That's
goes.
a horse.
Yeah, it was loading.
That's also the wrong token, but anyway.
Yeah.
I'll deal with it.
Wait, wrong token. What are you talking about?
There's two different versions.
Oh.
You're fine. It's all
Oh,
right.
this.
And
I see what you're saying. This is the wear form.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
strutting down the particular forest path, a traveller clad in just simple clothing with a crossbow and a rapier attached at his side rattles down there with scale armor blinking off his chest. He pauses and leans against one tree, almost rubbing it, but also steadying it to make sure that he's on the right path. You've gotten us lost again. Oh no, I haven't. Shut up. His eyes flash with yellow as his words take these forms, and after blinking several times, they revert back to his normal way. He spies over there, the metallic-clad one, and just kind of sideways looks at it. Kind of think that's the one we're after, don't you think? Oh, well, it's probably not exactly what he can actually see as something else, isn't it, you stupid prat? All right, there's no need to be like that. And with that, Vermont walks over towards the metal-clad individual. Hail, good friend! I take it you're here for this, and he waves up the sheet of paper, wishing it around. Contract, yes?
Talking to you, Christian.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Cross just looks down at him slowly. I am indeed.
Wonderful. I haven't seen one of your kind since, well, ever. I've only read about you in half of our studies at the Institute, but those forged things, right?
No response.
Incidentally, fantastic. How many other people do we intend to have, do you know? Oh, you're just an absolutely riveting person to have a conversation with. Wow, you're even as fucking stupid as I am. All right, calm down.
So after waiting about 5 minutes or so, nobody else shows up. So what are you going to decide to do? Continue waiting, move forward, keeping in mind you did not all accept these requests at the same location, so you don't know how many people to actually expect.
What was the deadline for the meeting time?
It was about half hour from now.
Then I'll wait.
It's a little after afternoon, getting just past noon, and you're just hitting noon now.
Then Cross will sit there like a statue, waiting.
Vermont is not exactly more stationary inclined. We'll probably just start wandering slightly down the path and kind of like a mediocre kind of figure eight path.
All right. And about 20 minutes or so pass, and you see two people coming up side by side. One that seems a little not all there. Token. Thank you. All right. So if Caden would like to introduce Steve.
You don't see, because he would be not on the path, but like
Okay.
in the trees, kind of just walking through nonchalantly.
Which side?
I would say across the way, like the far right, like in the
Okay.
trees, like just in the trees. You can't really see. I mean, you might be able to see much. I don't know. I could do like a stealth check. Can I roll a stealth check for stealth?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's see a stealth check for Steve.
I mean, technically, would we counter that with perception?
22.
Okay.
A really good
So-
roll of perception.
So,
All right. So you bring up a hold on 1 second, Caden.
Mhm.
So you bring up a good point, and I'm gonna have Mantra roll a perception check because they're pretty much traveling at the same pace here. Yeah, you have no idea he's there.
Okay.
So Steve is he's just walking through the woods right here really slowly, and someone might think that he's trying to be stealthy, but he's really not. He is actually looking extremely closely at all the bushes and foraging as he goes through, because he's hungry, and that's just what he does all the time. He just goes through and looks through all the bushes. He pays attention to all the little knickknacks that the forest has to offer. So he's weaving through slowly, almost imperceptibly. He kind of blends in, because not only is he moving slowly, but he's also wearing his armor looks weird. It doesn't even look like armor. It's woven vines and leaves wrapped all around him to make kind of this primitive ghillie suit that kind of even goes up into the back. His wispy hair that's on the back is solid gray wispy hair, and there's like little branches, like tiny little twigs, tiny little leaves poking out of his beard as he goes through and picks up the berries and stuff. He kind of just picks up a couple. He stuffs some into his beard for like safekeeping. He just not visible, but like inside the beard, he has like a little storage facility for forged items and things. And he goes through and he's trying to be super quiet, so he's not making a lot of noise. And he moves forward a little bit more, and he kind of sees through the trees that there's some people gathered over. I think we've made it. I think I've met. There's somebody close nearby. He looks next to, so he slowly moves forward. I can't actually move my character, but he just slowly peers over, gets to the edge of the forest, and just watches for a second. What does Steve see? Exact moment, looking over to the left.
So as you approach the clearing, let me just have you a little further back here. You're both just working your way up the road.
Mm-hmm.
Holland, how are you approaching coming up this road? Or not Holland, Mantra.
Mantra would just walk up and kind of like see around, enjoy, and he wouldn't really be paying attention to the road. He's just
casually
walking,
moving right down
and
the middle.
he's not paying attention because he's talking to himself.
Okay. All right. So back to Steve. So as you're coming up along, just kind of working your way around these thick trees, you just see a centaur just casually strolling up the middle of the road, having a conversation with somebody that you can't see.
Just walking up and having a conversation. Yes. So he speeds up a little bit. He walks up to the edge of the forest and goes, "Hello,
All right. So as you come up to the edge of the forest, Howl, would you like to introduce Mantra to us?
All right, Mantra is a half horse. He's got brown fur for its fourth part, and then slightly black near the hooves, and then his upper part is actually similar to human, but not exact. He wears this like brownish, greenish vest and a backpack that is really unique, and he's always holding a giant axe. And he has a cane off to the side. And his hair is like flowy, like a Fabio haircut.
All right. So as you're coming up, you hear Steve's quick reply, or not quick, but you hear the strange old man calling out to you from your right side over on the edge of the trees.
Mantra just keeps on talking to himself, and he's like, "What was that? I don't see anything. No, I know you don't see anything either."
It's me. Right here. Trees. Me. Oh, trees. Sorry. Steve steps out slowly of the this tree side. Hello.
Hi.
Wolves. Have you seen them? I'm meeting people to fight. All of them.
I have not seen anyone, but I am just taking this path as I see it.
Oh. All right. He just goes back into the woods.
So you both just continue on your way up to the meeting point.
Yep.
And I'm gonna ask this now. What does Steve do as he sees the clearing he's supposed to go to coming up?
So he just watched. He
Does
watched.
he enter it? Go ahead.
Well, he went back into the woods, and Mantra kept going. Didn't tell him that he was going to meet everybody over there, but now he sees all of them standing together over there. So he really confused. Steve's like, people. So he picks up a couple more berries, stuffs them in there, pulls a couple extra out of his beard, takes a couple bites, gets his he kind of grabs his quarterstaff that's kind of to his side and everything. He takes it out, and at the very end of the quarterstaff, you actually see there's like a sickle crudely attached to the end of this quarterstaff, and he just kind of looks at it a bit, shakes it. Not like a small, he just like cartoonishly just goes. All right. He puts it back and approaches slowly outside. Hello. Hi.
So with that, Vermont and Cross, you see two people that are in a sense more or less talking to themselves. Steve very cautiously approaching you.
Vermont has this sudden eagerness in his primal side, just seeing a centaur walk up and just noticing all that meat. But suppressing that one, he waves his arms and goes, "Hello! Over here. I take it you're with us for this thing." He says, waving around his piece of paper. And I disappeared off the map. Fantastic. And I've grown large.
And is that how I see him? He just disappears?
I was putting his human form on the map.
Waving his hand around, and all of a sudden, poof, gone.
Any reply from anybody?
Mantra just talks to himself, and he's like, "Are these the people? Are you sure these are people? No, I think these are the people."
Oh,
Hello.
another one that
Um,
talks to them.
I see you have that paper. Is that from wolves? Fight wolves. Things. Forest bad.
Indeed, friend, indeed. Grotty scrawny.
Oh, good. And you see, as you say that, he says, "Oh, good." He actually instead there's a rock in the middle of the road. He just kind of does a little little flip right over top of it. And he's really limber for an old guy. He just walks right up, kind of scrambles up a little bit. Hey, hi.
So you guys all kind of talk for a couple minutes here, and you see about 20 minutes or so go by and nobody else shows up. So you're now about half an hour past the meeting time.
Well, I take it this is all we've got, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I mean, gentle
Men,
folk.
gentlemen,
Let's go gentle folk.
or gentle folk. Well, you're
I mean-
gentle? I didn't know you were
Imagine-
gentle.
How do you even know me? Who are you?
I'm
I don't know.
Steve.
You be quiet over there, old man.
Oh, well, that's rude.
Only halfway. And besides, this tin can over here isn't exactly getting off and doing anything except standing there immobile. I'm not sure if we need to oil him or anything. Hello? What do we need to oil you to get you to move?
I will move when the time is right.
That statue just talked.
Oh, dear Lord.
I am not a statue.
My apologies. Little spooked, but it's fine. Not
He's a
used.
living. Nope, he's a living suit of armor.
Little. You were very still.
To conserve energy.
Would you like some berries? I've got plenty. He just starts pulling them out of his beard. If you're low, if you're hungry, I've got some blueberries, some raspberries. Let me reach back here. Probably some blackberries. Big old handful.
I thank you for your kindness, but I do not require.
Oh, wonderful. More for me.
Well, look at you lot being friends and all that. Well, I do have a contract to complete. You're either coming with me or not, and I intend to walk down that path right now.
Oh, yes. It's supposed to get. What is it? It's They told us there was money. I think gold or something. I think it's what it was. While we're here, I think. Well, any idea where we need to go?
I imagine down that path.
Right?
So, looking up the road in the very, very distance, because it's about a half a mile away, you can see the rough outline of the village. It's pretty far away, so it's a little hard to see it. But you see a little bit of smoke rising from a couple chimneys. Not much in the way of lights. It's kind of hard to tell the lights being you're just past noon. It's a very cloudy, overcast day with a slight breeze, and you get a whiff of salt on the breeze, and you hear a few birds about northeast of you, roughly.
You said salt.
Yep.
Are you indicating that there is an ocean nearby or a salt mine?
Yes. Based on the information you have, I know I left it that way on purpose. Based on the information you have, this village is right along the coast.
Ah, wonderful. Well, Vermont is going to take off towards that village. It's obvious, the one that's pointed out the contract. It's obvious that it's where the enemy is. This thing is supposed to take place. Onward.
Yeah. Yes. I heard some people talking along the way about this. Possible some weird things. They were acting. The villagers were weird, and sporadic and strange, like not normal. That's what they were saying. But I mean, they could have been making fun of me because I mean, I've been told I'm not normal myself. But what is normal?
With the amount of stuff that I've seen, normal is not even in my vocabulary anymore.
Quite good.
So,
Kind of
how do
good
you guys
plan.
go about proceeding?
With me walking flamboyantly down the middle of the path.
Okay.
I would probably gallop past him and run.
Okay.
Cross
Also-
would also, now that a decision's been made, Cross would move to the front as well.
All
Steve
right,
is just gonna
and
nonchalant-
Steve.
Steve is just going to nonchalantly, not quite a skip, but almost there. Just kind of behind. He's not getting up ahead.
Middle of the road, or are you sticking to the tree line?
Stick it to the tree line like he always does.
Okay.
He can just kind of weave.
All right. So as you guys start to get further up the road, give me perception checks. Specifically, Mantra and Cross.
But not us. Okay.
Okay. So Cross doesn't really see or notice anything. However, as Mantra's galloping forward, he does notice ahead of him and off to the left a little bit, kind of right up there near the edge of the vision range, a shadow move. But from the opposite side of where you saw that shadow, grab it here. A very hulking sized wolf steps out. And it just kind of saunters right across to the middle of the road and stops staring right at you while you're galloping towards it. And it is snarling.
At this point, I would slow down. And wait for Cross to catch up.
Well, Cross is keeping pace with you. You're
Oh, he
both
is? All right.
moving at a horse's pace, so.
And then I would wait for all the others to catch up.
So,
As
what
Cross,
is everybody going to do from here?
as Cross approaches the wolf, he'd slow to a halt. Maybe if the wolf doesn't make any moves other than holding its ground, Cross will dismount. About 10 feet away.
That's really cool.
That's really
Yeah.
close.
Yes, it is.
How close is the horse? Right, that same distance?
Yes, the horse
Okay.
will be that same distance.
Is
And-
anybody else getting this close?
Not that close, but Steve is right behind, and as he's walking up, he's going to use primal awareness to cast Speak with Animals. And
How far away are you?
he's walking up. I don't know how they were galloping, so however close I can get. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
assuming Cross slowed down as he
Okay.
got closer, right?
He's not going to get in front of Cross. He's going to be behind Cross by like 10, 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, about right there. And that's within the. You could pretty much just talk like a normal voice or something like that.
Yeah.
And
What about Mantra and Vermont?
So since I would have seen Steve move up, I would have moved up close to him ish.
Okay.
I'd still be casually walking down.
as they're moving into position, Cross uses Divine Sense, which is basically innate detect good and evil.
Okay. So is there any, while you're doing this, is there any requirements as far as verbal or hand signs or anything like that, or hand
No.
movements?
Nope. As an action, you can detect good and evil until the end of your next turn. You can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. You can use this feature 4 times per long rest.
Okay, there it is. Divine Sense, no components. Okay. All right, so this is giving you the ability to sense good and evil, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the way everybody perceives good and evil is slightly different. So what does Cross see when he tries to see good and evil?
Okay, so when Cross sees someone who is good and pure, they radiate a white aura to him.
Okay.
Of course, that aura then shifts between shades of gray down to pitch black, like almost like an absence of light for evil.
Okay. And you said it was a white aura shifting to black?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what's the range on this?
It doesn't list one.
Let me double check here. Let me pull up that skill. Divine Sense. And then 60
I would-
feet is not behind total cover. Okay. So anything not behind total cover and within 60 feet. Okay.
Right. That's why I stopped
Alright.
within 10 feet, though.
60-foot range. Need to be 10 feet away.
He's
All right.
it's
so,
Cross.
So looking at the wolf through your divine sense, there's not really any black at all. There is, you might get, it's kind of a blurred mix of grays, kind of right around that neutral, a little bit of good and evil. It's a wild animal.
But
It doesn't really have a major alignment either way.
okay.
And as he's
And
doing
it-
that too, Steve is actually like, as soon as you're done with that, Steve is going to try to speak with the thing.
Okay.
And during this, Cross is not making any threatening gestures.
He's just standing there like a statue.
Well, he doesn't have much of a smell to him, except maybe a little bit of oil and wood.
Okay. All right. So, Steve,
Mhm.
with your looking for the skill here, what was the name of the skill you're using?
Speak with animals. And he was well
Yeah.
back when he started casting it.
Okay.
He wasn't like close, so it's on him as he gets up there.
Okay. So verbal and somatic. So while you're casting it, are you making any major hand movements or anything? Because it
No,
does
it's
require
very-
slight physical movement.
Yeah, it's fairly small, and he cast it before he got here. Remember, he was way
Okay.
like well back. So yeah.
So lasts for 10 minutes. Limited by their intelligence. Let me pull up this creature's statue here.
It gained the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but at minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day. You may be able to persuade a beast to perform a small favor for you at the GM discretion.
So what are you going to do with your speak to animals?
Attempt to get some information and suss out the intent.
Okay.
Or if
How are you going
it's-
to go about it?
Or if it's in distress. So, hello, oldest friend. Hi, I'm Steve. Are you in peril? I heard there were some wolves around. Are they in trouble? Do you need assistance?
The moment your thoughts, because this is a telepathic connection,
Mm-hmm.
isn't it? Okay, so I thought. Double check on that.
No, you gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration.
Okay. These can give you.
I say, Horseman,
Okay.
is that weirdo with the trees yapping at that thing?
Their response is mental. They don't
Hello.
say anything.
Yeah, mental response, you're verbal. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. So it keeps its eyes focused on Cross, not wavering at all.
That's fine.
But it does. Its head doesn't move, but its eyes do shift to you for just a couple of moments and then shift back. And at first, no response. Its attention is hard focused on Cross, who is right there. And when you're looking at how tall is Cross? Kristen.
Cross is just about 6 foot tall. He is very imposing.
Okay. So now that Cross is right up by this wolf, you could start to see how big it actually is. It is definitely not a normal sized wolf. This wolf is sitting probably about chest height with Cross. It's the tips of its ears are probably chest height with Cross. So it is fairly good sized in stature. But as of yet, Cross has its attention focused. But it definitely acknowledged you for a moment that you could clearly see.
Okay. Okay. But it didn't immediately attack Cross.
No.
Okay. I've my friend in front of you, is just here. He's curious as well. We're trying to figure out what's going on. If you would like to fill me in on some information, maybe we can help you. Cross, did he say his name was? We don't know his name, does he? Do we? We don't know Cross's
No,
name.
he is
Cross
not
did
mentioned.
not.
Yeah.
Cross has said almost nothing so
Okay,
far.
yeah. So we don't know his name. My armored friend out there is just being cautious, just as you are.
So its eyes shift back to you again. Its face is still pointed towards Cross, but it does shift its eyes a little bit where it can see the both of you. And you get just a couple series of images in your head. It clearly does not know a language.
That's right.
So it can't communicate that way. So it's very, you have to kind of self-interpret it. But for the most part, you receive images of all of you turning and leaving. And then you receive an image of Cross on the ground in pieces with everybody else turning and leaving. It's more or less just a series of images of various random members of these 4 people leaving. Take what you will from that.
Right. I think I get your intent, my friend, but unfortunately we cannot just up and leave. We have to assist the situation. Something went wrong in the village.
And as soon as you say something went wrong, you get a brief flash of a kind of a top, not quite top down, but more like from on top of a cliff look over the village. And you see the village and you see a brief like black cloud over it. And then the image is gone and it's focused back on you guys leaving. It's just a real quick flash and it's gone again.
Friend, what was that cloud? Kind of, he's addressing the wolf, but also everyone here at the same time. Our forest friend here, the wolf just showed me an image in my mind of a black cloud over whatever the village was. It looked ominous of some sorts, maybe. It was not supposed to be there. Something may be very wrong up ahead.
And looking forward, none of you see any such cloud hanging over the village. It's just a normal cloudy day.
If there is indeed some sort of foul bewitching of this village, then we are honor bound to correct it.
Whispering to the centaur right beside me. Did he just say honor bound? Great discussion, centaur.
Yeah.
Holland.
I'm trying to think.
To be a player anymore?
Maybe. Possibilities could have happened.
What? It was a simple yes or no question.
Well, who knows?
Oh my god. I'm going to be smuggled with a pack of idiots, aren't I?
So, right as Cross starts talking about absolutely not leaving, the wolf, he doesn't move like into the next grid, but he takes a single step forward and snaps loud enough that it sounds almost like two pieces of metal clapping together. It doesn't move any further than that one step.
Look, Fred.
Cross holds his ground. Sorry, kid.
No, you're going.
To talk over.
No, go ahead.
Cross holds his ground, but does not make a threatening motion because he doesn't sense any evil intent in this creature. He does not wish to harm it unless he has to in self-defense. So until the creature attacks, Cross will not make any threatening moves. He'll move very slowly and deliberately into a defensive stance.
I have one more question, at least, for you, my friend. Looking directly at the wolf. Is that cloud still there? Can you still see the cloud?
And the next image you receive is of you standing there with no head. Its patience is clearly gone.
There's no, like, persuasion check or anything for any of this that I'm doing? Nothing?
Yeah, I can let you get away with that. You can roll a persuasion check. It's a very, like, he's very serious.
17.
All right. After that image, he takes another look at you, and he steps back that one step, but he's still not giving any ground. He is adamant that nobody steps past him. And you see just a brief flash of like a glowing, dusty sand and like line across the dirt.
Addressing the group. This may seem weird, but I could speak with creatures and see their thoughts and things. And our friend here to me, it looks like he's protecting something. The image that I was given just now was as a line in the sand in the road, right in front of him, right there, right in front of where Cross is. And he's being very defensive of something. I don't know what it is. It could be the village. It could be I don't know. His pack is, but something is wrong. No matter what I say, he will not. They will not. They will not back down.
So while this is going on, Mantra and Vermont, give me a perception check.
Does it rely on healing or smell? Sorry, hearing. Smell.
Yeah, both. It'll be a full senses perception.
20.
All right. Mantra 13. All right, so Mantra doesn't notice anything. However, Vermont, he doesn't notice a lot, but you do notice You hear a rustling on both sides of you. But that's it. But you do hear kind of in every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, you hear a rustle that's getting further behind you.
Bloody dogs.
Just saying it too. Steve has 19 passive perception.
How?
Yep.
How? What?
You're more focused on what's going on in front of you.
Okay.
And when I say that's all he noticed, I mean he barely noticed that. This forest is thick.
It's also his favorite terrain.
At least this part of it. So after he gave you that line in the sand, are you saying anything else to him?
So Steve announced that he can speak with the animal straight up and can converse with him.
Okay.
Upon hearing that, Cross casts Zone of Truth.
Ooh. Man, you like to make me think hard. Oh, I hate you.
While he's casting that, I'm just taking out my pipe at this point.
Keep bearing in mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. You don't notice a rustling, but yeah, the wolf in front of you is clearly getting aggressive.
Yeah, and as he casts this, Cross slowly raises his right hand in front of him and says, "By the words of the makers, speak only truth to those that can hear you."
Need to go take a real quick look at this skill. Zone of Truth. Where is it?
At the bottom, it's the second level.
It's in actions instead of spells. Here we go. I'm looking to see if this is limited to speech or if it affects thought. Because remember, he is not speaking; he is relaying images.
It's a magical zone that guards against deception.
Okay, on offensive, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. It's aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. All right, so either way, it needs to. So it does say speak deliberate lies.
Yeah, but again,
So it doesn't directly affect mental. Well,
This
Let me
isn't,
ask-
wait, this isn't supposed to be a mental thing. They're supposed to be able to actually speak with me. They just can only use like small phrases and things.
okay, yeah, that does
Yeah.
make sense. They're relaying images, but it's intended to be a verbal conversation. Okay, yeah, I'll let that one go. So it is a what's the check? Because it's a you said charisma saving throw.
charisma 14.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a DC
Saving
14.
throw. Ooh. Let me grab a d20 here. What'd you say it was? 14?
Yes.
13, he fails. All right, so the Zone of Truth is in effect, and it does affect him. And you can tell that it is working on him, as he can also tell that something has changed and that he's being affected by magic. Steve?
He has no idea what just happened.
Well, I
True.
said that I cast the spell out loud, so basically I gave him a command to speak the truth only. So it's up to you whether you can.
Okay. Wolf friend, again, I ask you, is something wrong? Can we help you? We want to help if there's problems. We need to figure out what happened in that village.
So the wolf kind of winces a couple times as it tries to show you something else. And then you finally start to see a couple replies. And again, you see that black cloud that lingers over the village. But it's not it lasts longer this time. And this time when you see it, it's not a cloud so much as kind of a swirling mist. Do an arcane check for me.
On a check? Okay. Ooh, this should be interesting. Nothing. 20! Natural 20.
Jeez.
Nice.
Natural
Wow.
20.
And we
So-
discover the entire plot instantly.
Before just talking to a wolf in the street. Let's go.
Okay. So you clearly you don't really fully, how adept at magic are you? Let me ask you that.
Druidic magic? Pretty adept.
Okay. So you have a fair basis to deal with on the arcane. Okay. So looking at it, it's obvious this is not a real cloud. And you get the feeling from this image that this time along with the image, you get a little bit of an intent. And the wolf seems almost scared. And the cloud itself feels more metaphorical based on the feeling you're getting than literal. But as the wolf feels that tugging pressure of not being able to say what it wants, it's not it's not a highly intelligent creature. So it's now starting to feel suppressed. And you get a long drawn out and out of the forest steps a couple more, but they are much smaller in stature.
Okay, with the zone of truth and everything that's out, and the speak with animals and the images that we have, Steve is going to look, because remember, speak with animals works with all of them, so all of them can understand or hear what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just targeting to one. And really observing, because Steve is extremely perceptive of, like, he has like +7 to animal handling and stuff. Like he's watching the moves of what the wolf is, reacting to these images, because he's seen what's happening, everything. Friend, I see whatever happening back there is extremely distressing. And it looks like you have a family to take care of. Can we help you take care of them?
Word of note, because the zone of truth is centered on the large wolf. The wolf immediately to the left and immediately to the right are both within the 15-foot range of that spell.
Okay.
Is it a dome that's 15 foot?
It's a sphere.
Okay. And is it a 30-foot diameter?
It says 15-foot sphere.
Okay, so it's a 15-foot diameter then, if it doesn't say radius, which would put everything within
15-foot radius sphere.
Okay, all right. So yeah, then the two closest are affected.
Yeah, I had to look up the spell real quick.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with those spells is you always have to double check: is it talking radius or diameter? Because it's a big difference.
Yeah, so they are definitely affected.
Okay. Yeah, so those two are just within range. And when the wolves step out, what does everyone do? Specifically talking to Mantra and Vermont.
Okay, do any of the wolves exhibit signs of evil? Because that's still active.
They are giving off the same swirl of grays. You get a little bit of the darker gray, a little bit of the lighter gray. It's kind of some of both, but it's still around that what you would expect from a wild creature.
Vermont does nothing. He's just kind of watching the proceedings now as these two individuals are trying to negotiate with wild animal.
So
his interior monologue is kind of laughing at the situation.
So based off the perception check that Vermont got earlier and the passive perception of Steve, because I'm assuming you're paying a bit more attention to your surroundings now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's always watching.
Both Vermont and Steve both pick up a much more audible rustling in the trees around them. Not from the in front of them, to the sides and to around them.
Friends, I believe we're getting we know you're out there. You're surrounding us. We're trying to help. We're trying to help you. What happened? Can we help? Can we help protect your family?
So at this point, they are very, very defensive, and they are just not answering anymore.
Oh.
And the only replies you get here and there from various, the bigger wolf in the middle has stopped replying to you altogether. And you get bits and pieces from the others, but they're all the same of you all leaving or injured and leaving. Like you get that same image over and over of various shots of you walking away. And they take a couple steps towards Cross, and the one off to the left side takes a few steps towards Steve. The ones near Cross don't advance more than 1 or 2 steps. The one by Steve walks a full couple feet forward, and they are all letting a low growl come out. And while this is happening, our 5th party member appears.
Yay!
Gotta love that 3 on the initial roll.
Right?
All right. So how do you go about... So at this point, you're not seeing any of this. You're still down behind the bend here. So how are you coming up to the meeting place?
I would be sticking just inside the tree line just a little bit until I get a good view of the area.
Left or right side?
I'll come up on the left side.
Okay. And would you like to introduce Sauron to us?
Sauron, rather tall creature wearing dark-colored cloak, but is currently pulled up. If seen, would guess to be around 7 foot tall. All dark-colored clothing.
Okay. So, as you come up on the assigned meeting place, you do, like, this is a very obvious situation. You don't know who's all together, or you don't really know the circumstances of the situation, but you can see the 5 wolves kind of in that crescent shape at the front of the group. And they're, even from here, you can get a faint audible of that low growl. Not very much, just a little bit. It's definitely thanks to your cat hearing. So, seeing this, what are you going to do?
Gonna mutter to himself, "Oh, already. Ah, so be it." He's gonna move with stealth toward the remnants of the campsite
Okay.
and try to duck up into that tree line up there and start making his way up toward the group.
All right. Give me a stealth check.
I get advantage on that one. That is 21.
Check here. Okay. So, as far as you can tell, nobody's really noticed you. And you start to slip into the tree line. Where do you go from there?
I'll, keeping the road in sight, I'll just keep moving up the tree line toward the rest.
Okay, so you right on the tree line, or are you a row or two in?
Just far enough in that I'm closed in, but I can
Okay.
still make out
So-
the road.
Okay, so just behind that first line of trees. Okay.
Just enough to get like some cover and try to keep out of sight.
So as you're approaching, give me a perception check.
Out of curiosity, which direction is the wind blowing?
It is coming from the northeast, heading southwest, pulling kind of that salty sea air with it.
So we're downwind.
Yes, you are downwind from them.
It'll be 21 on the perception.
Okay. Let me throw a check here. Well, you definitely spot that. And that. Wow, this is bullshit. Okay, so as you're coming up along the tree line, you very easily spot a very massive wolf sneaking up on the group from behind. It's not looking at you. It's tilted toward the group, kind of facing a northeast direction, up and to the right. So you're kind of more on its back right flank. And just past that one, you can just start to see the backs of two more wolves.
Okay, you said this thing's pretty big. Like how big is massive?
Okay, so this wolf that you're seeing is just like the one up at the middle in the center of the group. The other two that you're seeing are much, much smaller, more what you would expect from a wolf, more typical dog size. But the big one that's right in front of you is sitting at the top of the ears, probably 4, 6, 5 feet.
That's a big wolf.
It is big. Almost impressive that it's managed to stay hidden.
I'm pretty impressed.
And at this point, you clearly notice that you're the only one that sees these wolves.
And these all look very aggressive, I'm assuming.
Yep, they are moving hunched down, their bellies on the ground, just shifting paw over paw, crawling forwards. While the ones up in the front on the road are not moving, they are just staying kind of passive. Just a bit where they're actually on the road. Well, those ones are being very kind of passive, non-aggressive, like defensive. These ones are clearly moving and moving into a flanking position. And although, Steve, you don't know where they are or what's there, you were, like I said earlier, you could hear something behind you rustling, but you don't know what. Same with Vermont. From the other side, you can hear rustling.
Hey, by the way, my horsey friend, it appears we're being surrounded.
Well, shall we get ready for combat? Slashy slash.
I mean, if these two, if the tin can and the old man can't do anything about it, then we might need to.
They've stopped listening to me. That's it. I've tried.
Oh, very good, old man. Congratulations. Yay, you're talking to them.
What's the range on your speak with animals, or is there one?
That's all, folks.
No communication.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you don't know where each image is coming from, but you all at once kind of get a series of the same image. And that is of the village being wrapped and surrounded by wolves, attacking just what looks like rough human figures approaching the village. And standing on top of a cliff off to the side of the village, you see a kind of, you don't get real fine details, but you see a rough image of a very massive wolf that is different from the rest. It is pale blue with white tips and kind of a light, very, very light, misty effect coming off of it. But you can't make out any more details than that. But it's looking down on all the other wolves that are attacking things approaching the village.
Oh, that seems important. Our friends here might be under something's control. A giant blue wolf with tips of white on the tail. It was looking down from a cliff, telling it.
Oh. Well, in that case, return to that camp. We need to reorganize ourselves.
Well, is any of these blue?
No. None of the ones you see are blue. They are all the typical tannish brown, kind of dirty brown, tan, white, gray, very dirty looking coats. Not physical dirt, but that just kind of rough bunch of different shades of colors. Kind of the typical forest wolf look. Just that two of the ones between all of you, only Sauron sees the one, but two of them are much, much more massive and hulking. And yet the one that Steve just got glimpses of is even bigger yet.
It was really big. Much bigger than our friend up there. It was very, very big.
Everyone's heading in that direction.
All right. Are you completely turning tail and running, or are you
running? I'm walking.
You're not running, but I mean, are you turning around and walking away, or are you staying facing them and backpedaling?
No, I'm turning around, walking away. I told them,
Okay.
Let's go back and meet at the camp.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
Would I notice he left?
I was right
Yeah.
beside you, so hopefully.
I'm assuming you're not being stealthy.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's obvious. The only one who might not notice, because you didn't say. Wait, did you say anything?
I said, let's go back to the camp.
Okay, I
and
thought you said
reorganize
that out loud.
ourselves.
I thought you'd said that out loud. Okay. Yeah, everybody knows he's walking away. Cross doesn't know he's left, but Cross knows he wants to leave. Because Cross is facing forward.
I would probably back up slowly, but still, like, smoking my pipe and just seeing what's going to go on in front of me.
So you're more backpedaling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
But
like to sit and watch this one that I'm
Okay.
near, and as soon as it makes any kind of aggressive move, then I'll move to do something.
So as two of them start to back off, Soren, you notice that as they were about to keep moving, they stop. They don't back up, but their pause, almost like somebody froze time. They just completely freeze.
Gonna stay hunkered down and just kind of grab a hold of the handle of my rapier.
Steve and Cross, what are you two doing?
Cross is going to mentally command his warhorse to pull back.
But Cross doesn't move.
Cross does not move.
Are you
How
moving,
far
Cross?
back is it going?
I will pull back once everybody is clear.
Not leaving you by yourself. Not good. Don't leave people not by. No.
How far is the warhorse moving? Keeping pace with the others, or
Yes, it would probably keep pace with the others,
Okay.
just so that it's safety in numbers type deal.
okay? So 3 of them are falling back.
Steve slowly goes back too, kind of away from the forest edge there a little bit. Kind of in the center
Okay.
a little bit, yeah.
As Steve moves back, Cross will back up slowly. He will still maintain his focus on the wolves in front of him, but he'll back slowly.
And as you back up, a couple of the wolves kind of just backpedal back into the forest, but the other 3 don't move. They just stay trained on the group.
So continuing to back up then.
Back to the camp, I guess.
And once I've reached a considerable distance, then I would just turn and walk towards the campsite.
All right. And
Right.
Soren, what are you doing? Well, they're all retreating.
I'm not moving from where I'm at, as I have not been noticed by these wolves, especially this big one that's really close.
Okay.
I'm gonna just keep hunkered down and see what they do first.
Okay. Are you laying flat on the ground
I
or
will
near
do
to it?
whatever I need to keep low and out of sight.
Okay. Give me one more stealth check.
Okay, that's a natural 20 plus 10, so 30.
Wait, did you say 30?
Yes.
Okay. So the other two wolves kind of fall back a little bit, the two smaller ones. And then they stay there. They don't go any further. The big wolf gets up and it turns and it's looking directly in your direction. And as it starts to just almost soundlessly glide through the woods, it walks right over you without noticing you as you just completely go flat and manage to just kind of shimmy into some bushes. And one paw goes right between your arm and your ribs, and the others just kind of go right around you. Its focus is past you, not what's directly around it. It's being almost careless. So it just moves right on past you, and once it's past you, it just hunkers down and watches where the group is meeting.
Quietly lets out that breath that he was holding.
And that's where it stops. It is just watching.
I will continue to watch for now.
All right. So what is the group doing?
As Cross approaches the camp, he walks directly up to the warhorse and says to it, "It's not safe for you here, my old friend. Go, and I'll call for you if I need you." And with that, he dismisses. And the mechanical steed just vanishes.
Neat trick. What's your name? Old man, for the ones with the funny vines. You said
Yes.
something about a blue wolf.
Yes. Well, these creatures could not directly speak with me, but they sent me images. It was weird. Like I said, I saw the village with the little cloud, which later turned into a mist that kind of went through and everything as they attacked the villagers. Don't know if it was these wolves exactly who did it, but when I saw that, there was this wolf on a high cliff above the village looking down, and it wasn't normal. At first, it looked like the wolf that was over there looking down, but the second time, it was a blue with white tips on its tail, and it was extremely big. Not as small as the largest one that was out there just now, but even bigger, like large, huge.
And to clarify, the blue I was talking about, more like an ice blue. It's blue but almost white. Go ahead.
Do I know the local geography?
All right, so let's. I'm just looking at your races real quick. What race is Steve? He's regular human, right?
Variant human.
Okay. So, quick question. Is anybody local to this kingdom?
Not Steve.
It's just a general question.
Cross resides in the capital.
Okay. This is more or less just a personal choice on your background. If you want to be local or you just happen to be traveling through the kingdom and you're maybe taking the job to earn some cash while you're moving. Anybody else local?
Steve is
I wouldn't-
not from here.
Okay.
I wouldn't say
good
local.
banter.
Like if it were local, we'd know what this village is and the problems that would have it around it. So, considering I came from somewhere else, I wouldn't say I'm local there.
More like a wanderer.
No, just from a different part of the kingdom.
Okay. All right.
Steve-
So, Ross is from the capital, right? Give me a history check.
That would be a 6.
Okay. Yeah, you get no recollection. And Vermont, you said you're from the kingdom, just a different part of it, right?
Incorrect.
Okay, give me an intelligence check.
15.
Okay. So you don't really know anything about this village in particular, but the general geography of the area, this part of the kingdom is kind of known for having wolves and kobolds, and every once in a while they might spot a goblin here or there. A lot of the typical, very weak, nothing impressive kind of creatures around. And the village itself, you don't know much about it, but a lot of the coastline along here, most of it is fairly sheer cliff, not super high, kind of around that 20 to 30 feet high. It's not super high. Like if you jumped off, you'd be fine. It would hurt, but you would be fine. But that's how most of this part of the coastline, as far as you can remember, is like.
All right. And then running on from my previous comment in regards to anyone negatory, because I know a little bit more about the coastline. In your vision, old man, did you happen to see any sort of ocean in it?
No, this was directly the village and like the little cliff that was next to it. I didn't see any water or anything. Didn't see because
Okay.
right there
So
was
I'm going to clarify that.
Okay.
So the wolf you saw was to the kind of the southwest of the village, mostly west, but around the northern edge and wrapping around the northeastern edge of the village is kind of that sheer cliff coastline and the ocean out beyond that. And you get kind of a little more than a half circle of wolves surrounding a village that has coastline the rest of the way around.
All right. So yes.
So the village is kind of butted up against the cliff.
Steve relays that information.
I'll admit I'm a little confused as to what was just explained. But if there was no ocean in the vision,
yes, there was.
That's correct.
There was.
There
apparently.
was.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Awesome.
The
Village is on the ocean, according to him.
Okay. To simplify it, big blue wolf looking down from a high cliff-like structure in the west, looking towards the northeast, which is where the village is at, butted up against the cliff. And on the back side of the village is that sheer 25-foot drop cliff to the ocean. Ocean spreading out to the north and roughly northeast of the village.
Okay, gotcha. Because according to the old man's vision, if this thing is looking down upon the village, it's not exactly in the village, and this ring of wolves is sitting outside of it. So therefore, we just need to find this particular wolf that's outside of the village. Right? That makes sense?
Sense to me.
Yes, this seems to be the root of our issues.
With that being said, he says, looking over at the centaur, would climbing be an issue for you?
Yes.
Maybe there's like a footpath up or something we can possibly locate.
And he just grabs like a rope from the side. I got this.
I'm not heaving you. Right, well, if that's all said and done then, and I suppose we need to find something that looks like what you were seeing in your vision. So we're going to need to have you looking at top of all these cliffs and see if we can find the right angle for it and go from there.
Okay, so Cross and Steve, give me. Let me look real quick. Trying to figure out the best one to do from memory. Yeah, we'll do just a general wisdom check.
Wisdom?
Yep, just a plain old wisdom check.
Okay. 19.
Okay. Cross.
16.
Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty low DC one. But while you guys were up by the wolves, the two of you did notice that just past them was a pathway leading west, where two of the wolves had come from. And when Cross had initially gone up, he had also noticed the shadow of movements from that direction.
Right, so in order for this to work, we need to find out if we can find anything to the west. So I'd say we cut straight through the trees, honestly.
That could work.
No objections for anyone? Right, off we go then.
I do need one. Just a moment here, real quick. Steve, as they're sitting, did they make it all the way back to the fire? Is that where they are? Kind of just chilling?
Yeah.
He sits there for a second. Steve kind of just pulls the quarterstaff from his side with the sickle.
There's no actual fire there, by the way.
Right, yeah. So the
It
camp.
was just a meeting
the abandoned
spot.
camp.
Yeah.
He sits there. He kind of backs up a bit from everybody. Just one moment. Pulls out the quarterstaff, kind of twirls it around like with the sickle on the end. So you actually see like when something's spinning really quickly, it starts to go backwards the other way. Really, it's going, and then it just like slams it. He stops it vertically and slams it into the ground. And as you see that, like it kind of goes, kind of does a little straight for the bottom. And as you see that, as he slams it down to the ground, kind of right next to him, you see like little like motes of light appear for a second, and then they kind of sort of coalesce a little bit more, and then all of a sudden, in front of everyone, there is this like a giant wolf standing right there, and all throughout the sides of it and everything, there's like tribal tattoo markings. But they're not like actual tattoos. The actual fur is colored, like there's like crescent moons, dots all over the side of this wolf and everything. And Steve, once it's done, pulls up the staff, puts it to the side, opens his eyes, says, "Hello, friend. Thank you for coming."
Just out of curiosity, about your quarterstaff and the sickle at the end, is it crudely affixed or is it like solidly affixed?
It's pretty crudely affixed.
Right, as soon as you started twirling it, everyone just dropped to the ground to avoid any sort of flying instrument that would have snapped off.
No, it's accurate. It's accurate. It's accurate. It's held on by like vines.
So
Fantastic.
where is this wolf appearing in your little area there?
Just over to the basically the square to the right of him, or
Okay.
like diagonally away from Cross, so it doesn't like scare the crap out of him. Like one up, right about there.
Is there any evil intent from it?
Oh no,
No.
nope.
Then
When you look
Cross
at
won't
this,
be
you
startled
get-
by it.
Yeah, when you look at this, you get nothing.
Mhm.
It's not living. It's a magical construct, right?
If there
Pretty
was
much.
danger, my mace would tell me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those stupid things.
You forgot. I can't be surprised.
Hold on, let me double check because you ain't the only one wielding one of them dumb things. Let me look.
It's
Make sure I didn't just screw up anywhere.
whilst I get up off the ground after this encounter, just dust myself off. My internal self is laughing at me.
That's right. Cross has spidey sense.
Okay. All right. Never mind. So we're good. Okay. It doesn't actually point anything out.
No, it just warns me if there's danger.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't warn you. It just makes sure you're awake. If you're sleeping, it wakes you, but you're magically woken, so you know that what woke you. So at that point, you would be aware of it.
But it also, any companions within 30 feet can't be surprised either.
Yeah, you can't be surprised, and you have advantage on initiative rolls. Your whole group.
Well, no point sitting around here.
Yeah, after watching this wolf, and if it's not doing anything aggressive at this point.
Nope. It is, at this point, it is almost like an oversized dog. It's all of its aggression is gone. It is just casually watching.
Okay, at this point, I will quietly move from my spot closer to the road, staying somewhat within the trees.
Okay.
And start making my way down toward them.
Okay. So are you heading out into the woods? Or not the woods, out onto the road then?
I'm going to stay skirting just inside the trees.
Okay. And are you stealthing still?
Yes, I'm going to move quietly because I don't know how that wolf's going to react if I just come out of nowhere.
Okay. All right. Give me another stealth check then.
So over 9,000.
No, I rolled really low this time. It was 16.
Oh, you lucky little fart. It still hasn't noticed you.
Sweet. All right, yeah, I'll move down toward them. And then
Are you revealing yourself?
Yeah, I'll actually move toward the right from where I'm at now and step out into the road. And then I'd be end up behind that wolf that Steve just called in.
Okay. So at this point, I'm assuming you're actually revealed now that you're standing on the road, right?
Yeah.
Are you trying to hide from the group, or?
No, I just quietly just step out into the road.
Okay.
And
so
face these guys.
Steve being the closest, and he's got a pretty decent passive perception, he heard the rustling moments before this jet black tabaxi stepped out right behind the wolf.
Steve turns around and does some kind of, think like Kung Fu Panda pose with his sickle. What's that?
Pulling his hood off, he'll stand fully upright at 7 foot. With his sapphire blue eyes, and he'll just look the group over for a moment. I assume you guys were here for the posting as well.
Yes. He's still on 1 foot, posing, hasn't moved an inch.
Yeah, my apologies for being late. I got turned around a few times, which is lucky I did. There were several more wolves coming up behind all of you. I held back because I didn't know if they were going to make any aggressive movements or not. They looked like they were ready to pounce.
Oh yes, then. I suspected as much. His internal monologue all of a sudden springs to life. One of his eyes flashes yellow as the Rakasha takes a little bit of it, and he's happily and mirthfully declares inside his head, "Finally, something with a bit of class in this group." Oh, hush you. We're just heading off into the woods to find some sort of wolf with a vision and old man and a thing. We had a plan. I'm sure we had a plan. We did have a plan.
Honest.
Yeah, you're being watched. And
at this point, you've lost track of where the wolf is.
I'm just pointing the general direction where it was that I recall.
Until I imagine we're going to be under a lot of watch as we kind of parade around this particular bit. Well, we have an idea of where to go at least, so I think we'll take that particular course of action and see where it leads us. Oh, and what's your name?
Oh,
Someone's just
apologies.
curious.
name is Sauron.
See, you happy with that now? Yeah, I thought so.
Do you fly?
Quick side note, it's about now your speak with animals is wearing off.
Okay.
No, I don't fly.
Oh,
Oh,
that's disappointing. It's not like any of us can actually fly as far as I know. Suggestively looking over at the centaur, hopefully.
I glide. What are you talking about?
I fall like a stone, but that's beside the point.
Well, you're not as special as I am.
I wouldn't say specialized, more like weighted. Shall we, as much as I love this general conversation, pleasure to have you with us, Sauron. Get in the group and let's get on with this sort of thing. We've got kind of a wolf problem to deal with, and I need to be back in home for time for tea.
Hi, Soren. I'm Steve.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Go find a wolf.
All right. So is the group heading out then?
Unless the other two have anything to say.
Lead on.
Apparently not.
All right. So the group turns and starts heading into the forest. And there is, from where you're at, there is no discernible path. Who is taking the lead here?
Cross trumps right out in front.
Okay.
Wonderful. Since I don't know your name, I'm just going to call you Battering Ram for now.
Oh, he is quite loud. Like, he makes no pretense at trying to be sneaky or anything. He just stomps along at a steady pace.
Okay. And who is going to follow behind him?
I will. And I'll be like, I guess I'll follow the noisemaker.
And I'll follow after them. You two coming along? Well, three, if you could bring along the puppy.
Yeah, I'll keep pace with Vermont.
Okay.
Right, let's go. Kind of right up behind. With the wolf.
And okay. So all right. So I'm assuming everybody's just blindly following Cross.
Well, we told him west, and he's heading west.
Steve is
Yeah,
watching
okay.
around. He's very adept
Yeah.
at surviving and stuff, so he's helping lead.
Okay. So as you're moving through this forest, it's pretty thick. As you get a little further in, it thins out a little bit, and you can start to see glimpses through the trees of the sky. You don't really see any major cliffs. You kind of get, every once in a while, you'll spot a rocky formation pretty much directly west, a little bit to the north. The rough direction you're going, Cross, give me a nature check.
Do. 19.
Jeez.
Wow. That was pretty impressive for Cross.
Okay, so yeah, you just keep tromping right on through the woods. You seem to just have a general idea of where you're going. And you, not intentionally, are you pointing out what you're seeing, Steve, or keeping it to yourself?
Oh, of course. Of course.
Of course, to which one?
He's pointing it out. He's pointing out stuff. He's picking up berries as he goes. Oh, these are great. They usually grow next to these kind of cliffs and things. We're getting really close.
So Cross pretty much ignores most of what you say, except for the occasional, oh, I see the cliff over there.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else he's pretty much just disregarding. So as you're moving through, Soren, Vermont, and Mantra, give me perception checks.
Can they hear it over the clang of my armor?
And this is
Yeah, that's what-
hearing a smell.
Yes, it is absolutely hearing and smell.
Ooh.
12, 17.
I got a dirty 20.
Okay. All right. So, Mantra, you don't notice anything. You're too close to cross, and all that clanging is just completely covering any sense of what's going on around you. Soren and Vermont, it's kind of subtle, but you definitely pick up that you are being tailed. And it's not like an aggressive, like rushing up on you. It's just a consistent maintaining distance from you as you're progressing. But they're not moving any closer.
I'll silently just kind of lock eyes with Vermont for a moment and then motion with my eyes in the direction of where I'm hearing the noise.
Vermont sighs and nods his head understandingly. Of course, we've got a tail. Not much we can do about it at the moment, though. Let's just keep going.
Agreed.
Maybe they'll get bored.
We'll see.
All right. So as you are moving that west, and it's kind of like a curve, cross kind of leading you into kind of an upward curve, and you're slowly turning more and more north. And eventually, let me do a real quick swap here. Just setting up the next map. Give me 2 seconds.
One.
Shut up.
2.
Time's up.
Asses.
You're late.
Wait. Gotta get rid of a bunch of tokens I don't need anymore.
3,
Shut up.
4, 500.
All right, object and tokens. So, after it's probably been about an hour of just tromping through the woods, you finally kind of burst out of the forest and come into a semi-clear area and kind of not a sheer cliff, but it's a pretty steep incline. Not one that you'd really want to try and climb. There it is, log.
I don't suppose, Centaur, that, maybe somewhere in the line of genetic breeding that you had a bit of mountain goat in there, maybe?
No, not at all.
So,
Senna.
as you all step out of the forest, you immediately notice there's a giant hole in the side of this cliff.
Look, there's a giant hole in the side of this cliff.
Shut up.
We should go through it.
I mean, he
Okay.
said it, and I was so tempted.
God.
I know, I regretted it as soon as I said it. All right, so as you step out of the forest,
Is there a
this
coyote in the
time,
hole?
There's no subtlety at all this time round. But I put them right on the open, didn't I? Doop, 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 doop.
Angry puppies everywhere.
Yeah, they're not all part of this. They're leftover tokens. So as you step out, right coming out of the shadows of the hole in the side of the cliff, you see 3 of these monster wolves. And then just a couple seconds later, you see a few more flank the top of the cliff. And next to those, I mean, they're all right on the edge of the cliff looking down at you.
Jesus, a big
Not
one.
that big. So, as you see these 9 wolves, only 4 of which are the smaller ones. The up on top of the. So let me back it up a little bit. There's a little bit of a beaten path going east and west coming out of the hole, which at this point you're pretty much taking to be a den. And there's rough foliage kind of spread out around the area. It's clearly a deep forest area clearing. It's mostly still foliage. It's not like a human cleared area. On top of the cliff, you've got mostly trees, not a whole lot of thick foliage. It's a pretty, from what you can see from your lower angle, it's a pretty cleared top side. And off to your left and right, it goes back into thick trees leading up to either side of the bottom of the sheer cliff. No clear path leading directly to this clearing. Very much so you would need instincts to get here, or sheer dumb luck.
Steve's
Hey, what do you
wolf
know?
pine would
I'm-
be next to him too. The whole.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Steve's wolf pine would have been next to him.
Yes, that was my next question. Is after you guys are stepping out of the forest in the middle of the bottom of the screen there,
Okay.
right in front of the opening. After you come out of the forest, what is the positions you're taking?
That's pretty good.
Right up front.
I would be hanging back closer to the tree line.
Okay.
I would say move me up 1 space.
Okay.
There you go.
I'd probably be between where. Well, actually, I'd probably be there.
And I would be.
And
I would be like over there.
oh, so you went and meandered off to the side.
Yeah, I would move off to the side.
Okay.
I also do I have a 50 feet movement speed, so I just.
Okay, you're pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is anybody taking any actions or doing anything other than just walking out?
Are they hostile looking?
These wolves, they're not hostile, but you get a almost, how do I want to say this? Compared to the other ones felt sloppy in how they held themselves. These ones are very almost military-like stance. Like they are steady and staring. They show no emotion at all. They are just fixed on you. They're not aggressive. They're not pretty much anything other than just focused on you and watching you.
Hey, old man. I know you've got to deal with the naturey thing and everything, but this seems rather weird and out of place. Don't you agree?
Yes, I think so. I can't talk with him again, though. Oh, no, that's gone. That's over with. I can't do nope.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
So even with Cross getting as close as he is, the front one shows zero reaction to him. To the point of it's very obvious that they don't even consider him a threat. They have zero fear of your group. And moments later, you hear a thud, thud. Not like machinery thud, more like a very large, a heavy footprint but it's kind of softened a little bit. Obviously, similar to the rest, it's padded feet.
It's a T-Rex.
Please.
And right dead center on top of the cliff walks out this very pale blue, almost ice-like wolf. Steve recognizes it immediately.
That's the one. That's it. That's it. That's the one.
Even by Sauron's 7-foot standard, this one's standing. You're not measuring it, but it stands roughly 9 feet tall. It's tall. And it doesn't say anything yet. It's just moving its eyes over all of you. And as it comes to a stop, you can see this mist wafting off of it. And as the mist kind of rolls down the hill, you can feel an almost cool sensation as it passes over you.
So while it's there, Steve, without casting Speak with Animals or anything, looks directly towards the wolf and just calmly says, "Hello."
You're brave to have come here. Clearly speaking in common, but a very gruff, animalistic tone to it. It's speaking common, but it's definitely rough, not perfectly fluent.
This one's on you, old man. You said hello.
That is true. We heard something happened to the village.
Leave.
Thorin is pulling his hood back up.
At this moment, Mantra takes out a little crab type creature and starts winding him.
It glances its eyes at Mantra for a moment and then moves it back to Steve, who it was speaking with. Its head never moving.
Understanding is a form of, I guess, respect. And we respect what you're doing. You're protecting, it looks like you're protecting these wolves. Can you help us to understand what you're doing here?
It stays quiet for a fairly long moment. And its eyes move over each of you one at a time. Like you can feel its gaze pressing into you. Not magically, but it clearly is not hiding who it's staring at and sizing you all up.
When it
And then
passes,
just
when it passes
ahead.
over Pine, the wolf next to Steve, it clearly is cross-eyed. And it's just
Oh dear.
Do you really have Ed next to you?
yeah. He's just Steve kind of pokes Pine to stop. And he goes, I can.
as its
It's-
eyes move past Steve and hit the wolf, it, unlike the others, it just keeps moving.
Yep.
It doesn't even regard it as being there.
Yeah.
And after a fairly long pause, you hear a similar gruff voice, but a more feminine tone to it. And it doesn't say much. All it says is they're clearly stronger than the others that have come before. Maybe you should speak with them. And then it just silent. And this voice came from the opening. But it carried that same high, loud, but very low-based, rough, animalistic voice to it. Whereas the one on the cliff was very much so a male tone. You got a much more feminine aspect to the one that you can't see.
Stevie.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
no. Old man.
that's me.
It is indeed, unfortunately. Would you be so kind as to possibly ask them, like, I know wolves tend to hunt in packs, but it sounds like they're trying to either keep people out or keep something contained. Would you be able to ask them if that's the case?
That
Very
would
clear.
be correct. And even with you whispering, it has very sharp hearing. And that's all it said is just, that's correct. Didn't really
It's as bad
say
as
it
you,
to
then.
which part.
It's definitely as bad as you.
After a moment, it kind of drops its butt down and sits, and then it just kind of lets out a long sigh. And then, all right, fine. Like, its gruff bravado just kind of fades. We used to be allies to that village, hunting together. With the hunters from that village, we worked in groups to hunt and searching for words. It's not great at using the common tongue.
Mhm.
But many moons ago, something changed in that village. A number of our wolves went in and never came back out. And the hunters stopped coming. When I sent some of my wolves to find out what was happening, and they were attacked.
And what?
The villagers, the same hunters that we used to work alongside.
Did they smell differently?
No. But with each passing day, especially as of late, there's a foul smell and presence coming from the heart of the village.
Oh dear.
Well, by that means we cannot stay around here for too longer. We need to get inside that village. Would it be all right if you allowed us access into there to deal with this particular problem? Because I know we can. And then you should be able to get back to your ways. Otherwise, we find out what's going on and get back to you on that.
I will allow you access on one condition.
It's always a condition. What is it?
You succeed or you stay. We don't know what changed the villagers. Therefore, we can't let whatever corruption is happening there get out.
Well, obviously, I wouldn't half leave a job well done on that particular regard. You have my word that either it will be completed, or otherwise we do not come back out at all. And I'm sure everyone here is going to be in that exact same thought of mind process because we all want that money.
You hear Pine, the wolf, just immediately cross-eyed.
What's
Mantra's like, what'd you say over there? I can't hear you.
Just say yes.
No.
Oh hell.
Excellent. He's on.
So it stands up and then it starts to just turn around. And as it's turning around, it kind of looks back for a second. Remember to bring proof or you're not leaving. And it continues to turn around and it snaps its jaw. And the 3 wolves that are directly in front of you begin to come towards you. The other 6 up on the cliff vanish over the top of the cliff. The other three come up to you and then turn to the east. And without looking, you begin to just head towards the forest.
That's the
If I
direction of
don't
the
see it-
village.
Yes, the east is the direction of the village. If your senses are
Right.
your rough feeling
Right.
of where it should be. You can't see it from where you're at, but that's where it should be based on you guys heading west and north.
It
Oh.
looks like we have a guide.
Seems so. Horseman, this way.
Cross will fall into place behind them.
Come on,
I'll start
Pine.
galloping.
Off we go.
All right. So you follow the wolves into and they never look back at you. They just completely disregard you. And they just keep moving through the forest at a steady pace. Very clearly knowing where they're going. They jump over a ridge and almost like they know exactly what's where and land on rocks that no way they could have seen before they jumped. They're very used to these paths. Clearly not meant for, especially not centaurs. It's a very rough path. And you're just trying to keep pace with them as they're just moving right on through it. And after about half hour, 40 minutes of travel, you start to see the edges of the village wall come up above the forest line. And they guide you back right to where you were earlier, only on the other side of that path that led west. After a while, you had gotten onto a path, and that path led out to the one that Cross and Steve had seen earlier just behind the lead wolf at the earlier encounter. And then walk past the edge of the road to the opposite side, forming kind of a half crescent towards the south. And then they just sit and wait. As you step off that path back onto that main road, you can see probably about 30, 40 feet in front of you the main gate to the village.
Oh, look, it's the main gate to the village.
Maybe
So who is approaching first?
Clang, clang, clang. The pace doesn't stop. He just keeps going.
Apparently, a battering ram.
So what are you doing, Cross?
Well, as
You see
they've
the
shown
wolves
us,
stop and wait. Go ahead.
okay, they're stopping in front of the gates, I assume.
No, the path leads to the main road coming from the west, leading into the road heading north to the village. They walked onto the main road, kept walking to the opposite side, turned around, and sat down looking at you as you came onto the road.
Okay, well then I would stop in the middle of the road.
They don't give
Yeah.
any response.
And then, without paying attention, the mum would crash into the back of the tin can. Why'd you stop?
They did.
Wonderful. Are we here? And I'd look around to see where we are. Do I spy that gate? I should spy that gate, right?
So off to your left, you see the village right there. But now that you're closer, roll a perception check for me.
All of us? One of us?
Just Vermont. Being that
Yeah.
he's the one that actively looking.
All right, so it's looking, so that's no advantage. Oh, 15.
Okay. So there's a wall wrapped around the village, And this wall is the kind of typical log standing vertical, but they're very dark and dried out and cracked, and some of them are starting to tip. It's very oddly run down to the point of, even if there was nothing done to them over a 6 month span, because that was when the last merchant got into the village, there's no way they would have degraded this far in 6 months. This wall feels almost like an abandoned. It's still standing, and it would take effort to get through it, but it's very much so lacking any form of maintenance. And beyond that, you see the village is very small, not a whole lot of buildings to it, but you see some smoke coming out of various chimneys. A lot of the roofs are kind of chiseled slate shingles on top, very, very rough looking. Typical wooden houses, not too bad looking. The houses look a lot better than the wall as far as condition wise. Still not great. The village is looking very non-new. And every once in a while you'll see somebody further into the village pass, but there's not a lot of movement in the village. It's very quiet.
How clearly can I see the people?
I'd say fairly clearly. You have pretty good eyes, I'm assuming, right? As a cat.
Wow. Yes.
Okay. So you get a fairly decent glimpse at one woman in particular that just passes by in a hurry. So it's a real quick glance. And it's very much so a hunchbacked pose, not standing with their back vertical. Very drained looking. Not a lot of energy in her face.
So whilst moving quickly, she's still like shuffling.
Yeah.
Kind of like a low energy May.
Yep. Moving as quick as she can for being so exhausted. You don't really get a clear look at her face.
All right, let's put some facts together here. That place looks completely, well, let's be honest, shit. And the people inside don't look exactly mainly nourished, I will say. So, on that particular regard, 6 months without any sort of, food, imagine stores are getting pretty low. Assume the worst, assume they're hungry, and let's get them. Huzzah!
Wait, what?
Yes, Albert. What was it?
What was that last part? I missed it.
Oh, it was huzzah.
Before that?
As in, but that was the last bit.
Oh. What did you say right before the Tsar?
Oh, we should get them.
Okay, that was
For
okay.
safety, yes.
Just making sure that was the killed. That's what I thought I heard.
Oh, by means, if they attack you, I'll eliminate them. I don't give two rats as long as we fulfill this contract.
Indeed, let's go.
Anybody else? Yes, no questions, comments, queries, death threats?
You can be first to walk in.
Cross nods to the wolves and then turns and makes his way towards the village.
All right, Tin Can Man, I really just must know, can you walk right through that wall?
Don't be ridiculous.
It may not be ridiculous, but it could be a good tactic if everything is disheveled as it out here. To surprise enemies by charging straight through a wall. Just assessing my options.
We are making our way towards
So
The
who's at the
front
back
gate.
of the group?
Sauron will stay toward the back.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
He's kind of
So as the group rounds the corner and heads north towards the village, as you coming up last get a few feet past that corner onto the road, you see all three of these large wolves just vanish into the forest. and everything goes silent behind you. You don't see any more wolves around.
Yes, yes.
So,
Your job.
and Ross is in the front, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So as you come up to the gate, there's no guards. It's abandoned. There's
Is it
clearly, yeah, it's open. The gate, both gates are open pretty much all the way, but they're kind of hanging off the hinges. Like the top hinge on both is barely holding up.
Disgraceful. And
So
it
as-
continues through.
Okay. So as you walk into the village, you start to see some more activity. And the road that leads into the village goes straight and then veers off to the left and right. And directly past where it was, there's also a kind of a wrought iron gate. And that's about probably 6 or 7 buildings away from you before you get to that T. On either side of you, the first couple buildings are just obviously general residential housing. They're just real basic single-story wood houses with the slate shingles that you were seeing from outside the village. Not nearly as run down as the gate outside. So, but pretty much all of the houses along this main road they're very obviously not business buildings. They are their houses. And a couple here and there have a light on, but most of them are just dark. And it's a flicker of a torchlight that you see inside of the couple that have a light on.
Okay, I'm going to keep count of the number of villagers I see in between there and the T as I just continue my pace up the middle of the village.
Okay. As you reach that T, you don't really see any that are out and about, but you do spot between all the windows, between the dark houses and the lit ones, you spot maybe 5 or 6 villagers kind of shuffling around inside.
Okay.
So as you come up to that T, the fork in the road, looking down the right fork, you spot a smithy, the typical hammer and anvils wooden sign hanging out front. It's lit up. There's definitely some noise coming from that direction. So there's clearly somebody there. And there's a couple of other businesses along that road. You see kind of the typical tavern wooden sign hanging out front of a building across the road from that one. Kind of that typical rough mug shaped symbolology on there. That's a word? I don't know. And you notice on a couple of the different business signs that are around, there is etchings of wolves around like the anvil and hammer symbol. Like the hammer and anvil is like on the forehead of the wolf. And then on the tavern one, you notice the mugs are basically down into the left and right of the rough shape of a wolf head. They're not all very artistic. Some of them were clearly done by somebody who thought they were better than they were. But on every one that you see, whether it is a carving of a wolf on a wall, or whether it's on a sign, or like on either side of the wrought iron gate directly in front of you, there is a rough wolf statue on top of either post. Both beheaded. All of the images of wolves in the village are scarred or destroyed in some way. Down the opposite fork, the opposite road of the fork, is more residential. Looking further down towards the end of that area, you start to see near that wall at the end of that road, you see a couple of more open, like 2-story buildings, but they have more open bottoms that have racks of skins drying.
Are they wolf pelts?
Some of them look very, very similar to the wolves you see. Some of them have a more some of them have a more short, fine fur to them, but are fairly big in size. Give me an intelligence check. Specifically, Cross.
15.
Okay. So, does Cross know anything about hunting?
No.
Okay. So, even with what you know, your best guess is that it's some form of wild game. You really don't know what. You only recognize the wolf pelts because you literally just dealt with them. But there's a variety of most of the pelts that are there are real small, like a foot or less in size, in either width or length. White fur.
Small game animals.
Yeah.
Or, well, what Cross would assume are small game animals. Could be family pets for all he knows.
So, what do you guys do?
Is out of his element in the city or the town, even a small village.
And I should mention this too. You see a couple of villagers kind of scoot from the smithy to the tavern or from one business to another. They don't really stay outside.
I would like to put my nose in the air and have a deep whiff and see if I can think and pick up any sort of distinct smells.
Okay. Let me pull a sheet here.
It was perception.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look, but yeah, give me perception.
6. Yeah.
So you really don't notice, like your senses now that you're right in the village, your nose is getting a little overwhelmed by the smell of the salty sea breeze, and it's kind of catching you off guard for a little bit. What'd you say? I kind of talked over you there. Sorry about that.
It's all good. I said, this place smells a little bit disgusting.
Anybody else?
I am going to see if I can locate a gathering hall or a tavern, something people would hang out in.
Yep. You do see kind of what you would expect to be a tavern sign. The sign I mentioned earlier with the mugs hanging below the wolf image. It's the closest thing that you can gather to being a tavern without actually going and looking.
All right. At that point, I'll be like, I'm going to go check out the tavern. And I just walk that way.
So we need a new teammate because I believe he's just going to go kill himself. Oh yes, the town that's being surrounded by wolves to cave things in and out. Let's go straight to the highest density population area. That'd be fantastic. Oh well, we'll follow him anyway. The others leads.
I'll go too. I'm not very good with people. Animals are fine, but people know.
Okay.
How long does it take me to get to the door?
It's not very far. Like
Okay, so
a minute and a half. It's a short walk. It's about 6, maybe 7 buildings away from you.
Okay, I'm just gonna peek open the door and see how many people are in there.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand check. Are you okay? Let me ask this: are you being stealthy about it, or are you
No.
just pulling it open?
I'm just pulling it open, seeing who's inside, and then closing it again.
How far are you opening it?
Just enough so I can kind of like look in.
Okay, so you pull it open about a foot, and inside it's very not quiet. You can hear the clinking of glasses being set down or picked up, mugs or steins, so more like a thud. But you spot maybe 15, 20 people. It's probably the most crowded thing you've seen yet. But they're all kind of quiet. There's some conversation, but not a lot of it. It's a very dull volume.
Did I see any of them are like well armed or like geared?
Okay.
Or maitre d'.
You spot a couple of bows on some people's backs. You spot a couple of people holding a short sword here and there. Most of them no.
Okay.
The ones that are wielding them don't have armor or anything on. They're just wearing kind of rundown, typical village wear. Nobody that strikes you as a warrior or a guard. Nothing along those lines.
Okay.
How close are you looking at them?
Pretty close. Like I would look in, like take around the room, like analyze it, and then
Okay.
close the door. So.
And the room is fairly dim. It's not super bright, but you do see that most of the villagers have very like heavy bags under their eyes, and their eyes are very droopy. Like almost every one of them.
Would I notice that anyone behind me followed me?
Do a perception check.
Nope.
Nope. You're not paying any attention to anything going on around you outside the building.
Alright. I'm just gonna think they didn't follow me, and I'm just gonna walk in the door.
So as soon as you walk in, because initially when you opened the door, all they could see was a person looking in. And then when you open the door, the whole horse's ass is in visible sight. Now everybody's paying attention.
And I'm just gonna try to like walk around people and be like, I'm sorry, I'm big. And just keep like walking around people. I try to get to the counter.
Did the horseman just walk into the tavern?
It
I
appears so.
think
He did.
So what's the rest of you doing?
Sighing in disbelief.
Looking around carefully this whole time, making note of every alleyway, any place that could be used for cover, or any kind of a retreat if necessary.
Looking carefully to see if we see any if Steve sees any swirls or any kind of clouds or any kind of
Okay.
thing arcane like that or out of place that doesn't seem right in nature. Kind of what he's looking for.
Okay. As far as what Sauron was looking for, there's lots of places you could hide or take cover. There's railings that have stuff pressed up against them, like boxes and crates. There's porches you could hop over the railings and hide behind. It's a typical village roadway. There's lots of objects you could sneak and hide behind and take cover.
Yeah, he's just making mental notes.
Is there any talking happening anywhere?
Outside, you mean? In the road?
Well, we're outside the front of the tavern, so is there anything talking that was happening
Okay.
inside at all?
So now that you've been there for 30 seconds to a minute, watching the horse be weird. You do notice a couple people walk past you. At first, they seem to be leaving a pretty wide berth around you, not really wanting anything to do with you. But you as well notice that as they walk past, you get a much more clear shot of their face than what you did earlier. And you as well, you see their eyes are drooping and they have dark bags under their eyes. Looking at them this clear, the 5 or 6 villagers that walk past you, a couple of them are talking to each other, not really saying much, just typical gossip for the village. Who's doing what, or who died, typical stuff like that, but very grim tone to it. But in addition to that, it's very obvious to you these people are lacking sleep. These bags are very obviously like people who have not slept in a long time, not properly.
I'm going to sit against the side of the tavern and try and get some sleep.
Okay. We are sitting at around the 5 to 6 o'clock now. It's been a number of hours, so.
I'm just trying to get to sleep. Because I've just had this sudden epiphany, like if no one can sleep, maybe there's something blocking it. So I'm going to attempt to go to sleep.
Okay. All right. So while he's attempting to sleep, what are the rest of you doing? Well, I guess the only one left would be Steve.
I don't want to go in the place with other people. I don't want to do that. I'll sit down next to Vermont. I'll sit there.
Oh, I am dumb. I just realized something.
Uh-oh.
What's your wolf doing?
Oh, it's right next to me.
Okay. Roll a stealth check for me.
Uh-oh.
For me or for the
For the wolf.
Ooh,
for the wolf.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm basically just checking to see if anybody's noticed him. Because you haven't come across much to any people outside.
Had it a second. Darn it.
Yes.
There it
Thorn
is.
would
Okay.
go inside to join Mantra and just kind of scope out the inside.
Okay.
Stealth. What is that based off? Dex?
So, yeah, the dex. So just
So
do a
it's a
d20 plus
+2.
your dex.
Or plus the wolf's dex,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Mhm.
So
Okay. So at this point, it's a miracle nobody spotted him, but he's also, what color is your wolf?
the tribal tattoos, or the what you call it? That's something. It's supposed to be a black screen number. It's kind of bluish, like a dark blue, and then the tribal tattoos are white.
Okay. So he's been kind of not doing much. He's just kind of laying on the porch. So he's partially hidden by crates. So as of yet, he's not out in the open, which is why nobody's seen him yet. That's all I'm going to say on that. So what was I got to remember what the original thing you were asking about was. Oh, yes, the things out of place. So as far as you're looking for like arcane, like that things you saw in the vision type stuff, right?
Yeah, things like that, and also being so in tune with nature, like anything like, is the plant life healthy throughout the town? Anything like that is something weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Along
Are-
with that, Cross is going to use Divine Sense again.
Okay. How far away does divine sense reach?
60 feet
Okay.
from me. So a 60-foot radius around me. And
Alright.
it also will let me know. You can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated.
Okay. All right. So now that you've kind of stopped moving, and where is Cross specifically?
He would have followed the group to the tavern because he thinks that's not the best idea.
Okay. So are you in the street in front of there's like a porch in front of the tavern that you walk up onto, then you walk into the tavern? Are you on that porch, or are you in the street, or did you go into the tavern?
He would still be in the street.
Okay. So we'll start with Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So looking around, you don't really see anything like clouds or anything like that. How close are you checking things out? Are you getting down and touching stuff, or are you just looking?
Staying pretty close to the tavern. I mean, he's watching.
Like earlier, you were like physically into bushes and that. Like, are you getting down like
if they're right at
into
the
the
tavern
bushes and looking?
Yes.
Yeah, there's plants and bushes and stuff and whatnot around the tavern.
Yes. Yes, he would be doing that. Yep.
Okay, so are you looking? I'll take care of it. So as you look at the plant stuff around the tavern on both sides of the road, the ones directly around it, the ones across the way, across the road from you is kind of there's a wall, and eventually it gets to this is not as tall as the wall outside, and this one's made of a very mortar and stone rock type thing. It's a much sturdier wall, but it's much lower. It's only like 4 or 5 feet. It's more a deterrent and aesthetic wall than a guard wall.
Right. Just for in case it pops up for some reason, Steve does have blind sight within 10 feet, so he can see invisible things.
Okay. All right. Okay. I lost my train of thought. Okay, never mind. I got it. So looking around the tavern side of things, the plants are very dry, not cared for. There's a lot of weeds stabbing up through the roadway. It's very unkempt. Not quite as bad as outside the village. These have been kind of trampled back down by people shuffling through. But when you look at the side where the wall is and the gate and all that, those plants most of them are dried out, but you notice in a couple of spots here and there's a plant sticking up that all the plants around it are especially dead. But there's one that's semi-thriving around with all the dead plants around it, and it's very dark green, almost black.
Does Steve recognize that? Can he like investigate it? Does he know what plant this?
Give me a nature check.
Okay. That's survival? No, nature. Okay, here we go. 14.
Okay. So You don't really recognize it as any particular plant, but you do see similarities between it and the dead plants around it. How close to it are you getting? Are you physically touching it, or are you getting real close to it? And you see a couple of them. It's not just one. There's a couple of them scattered around by the wall.
He's not going to touch it. Because that seems odd, right? Plants
It's
typically
very obviously odd.
Yeah, touching something like that is not a good idea. he will get close and investigate.
How close are we talking?
5 feet.
Okay. So once you get real close to it, about 5 feet away, you really notice that it's very, very similar to the dead plants around it, to the point where the patterns on the leaves are very similar, but almost warped. Almost like it used to be the same plant. Just a typical weed. And it's kind of the same pattern with the others. Now, as you're approaching this plant, Cross. So, Cross, when you use your divine sense, you definitely get a sense of general evil aura around you. There's definitely, you start to see that, not the same thing that Miss Cloud that Steve saw, but your version of it, you might say. The dark gray, basically getting real damn close to black, just kind of lingering in the air. Not really coming from anywhere in particular, but it does get thicker the closer you get to the wall. And the plant that you see Steve getting really close to is giving off a black aura. There's no variance. It's a black aura.
Cross will immediately reach out and pull Steve back away from the plant. That plant is tainted.
I was going to tell you that too. That's not something's not right with that thing.
It radiates evil.
And it's the same thing with all the other ones that are scattered along the wall.
You see that there's a whole bunch of them.
Yes, this village has been tainted by something not of this world.
Is it just? It looks like they're concentrated here along this wall or something? Is it anywhere else?
The aura is thickest near this area, near this wall. I believe we are close to the source.
Is this wall? Is this just like the outer wall to the?
Okay. So when you look over the wall and you look at the gate and you look past it, there is a kind of a gravel-ish road leading past the gate. The dirt road turns into a very gravelly road once you get through the gate, and it goes up. This is a hill behind the wall, and it goes up around almost in like a J hook, going straight and then curving around to the right or the east, up to a big manor up on the hill. And then off to the left of the manor, you see a fairly large tree in kind of the front courtyard area of it. But it's definitely the biggest, most impressive house in this village. Very obviously like the Lord's Manor. But it is outside of your 60-foot range, Cross.
Okay. But I'm going to assume evil is that way. Does the aura thicken as it moves towards that? Like up until the edge of my range, does it thicken towards the manor?
Yes, as it gets closer to the edge of your range, that dark, misty feeling that you see and kind of sense does get thicker as it gets past the wall. And on this side of the wall, the mist is almost like tendrils of that black vapor, which is just the way you perceive evil. It's basically black tendrils of evil coming past the wall.
I think we should get the others.
Definitely.
I'm
So
not
while
sure.
you guys are checking that out, we'll go to Vermont. How long does it normally take you to fall asleep?
I can sleep anywhere, so depending if no one's interrupted me in the last, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, I imagine I'd be in that state of about to fall into sleep.
Okay, yeah, nobody's bothering you. Soren's busy looking for spots that he can take advantage of things with to stay on top of the situation. The wolf is in between some crates and whatnot on the opposite side of the porch that you're on,
All you hear is
just relaxing.
Sweet white noise.
falling asleep to.
So you really don't have any trouble falling asleep. You're pretty much able to just pass right out.
Then I'm going to sleep until someone shakes me awake or my sword wakes me up.
And I will interject that Sauron was going into the tavern behind.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's never mind. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. If are there any windows on by the door?
Yeah, there's definitely a window on the right side of the door above where the wolf is at that just looks into the tavern.
Okay, looking out from the inside, would I be able to see Cross, Vermont, and Steve?
Yeah, you would not be able to see Vermont because he is out the window to the right past the door on the other side of the door. You'd be able to see the wolf laying below the window, a little bit of the top edge of its fur. And you'd be able to see Cross and Steve on the other side of the road.
Playing.
Okay. In that
But
case,
you would not be able to see Vermont passed out.
okay. In that case, I would poke my head out the door so that I can see all three of them, and I will actually use one of my class abilities.
Okay.
So for the next 2 hours.
Okay.
It's called Psychic Whispers. So for the next 2 hours, all three of them will hear Soren's voice in their head.
Two-way or just one way?
They would each individually hear it. It's not like a group thing, but they would each hear Soren's voice in their head just saying, "Hey, don't freak out. I'm keeping an eye on our centaur friend inside."
Are they able to reply to you?
Yes. This is a two-way communication between myself and each one of them.
Okay.
And
who all was it cast on?
I used it on Cross, Vermont, and Steve.
Okay.
It has to be three creatures that I can see. And as
Vermont's passed out, doesn't pay any attention to what you're saying.
As long as we are within 1 mile of each other, they can each have a two-way conversation individually with me mentally.
Okay.
Mentally, you say.
And the target doesn't need to speak a common language with me. They just understand what I'm saying, and I understand what they're saying mentally.
Out of curiosity, how does that work with me, Mr. DM?
You have a soul just like anything else, so you have a mind.
And a binary filter
that's what makes
speech.
1101101.
That's what makes Warforged unique over typical constructs, is they have an actual soul. So yes, you have a mind. It works just fine on you.
They're treated as living creatures and so healing magic actually works completely.
Yeah, healing magic, mental magic, all of that.
But he basically just he tells each one of the three, like, individually, like, hey, you can reply back if need be, but I'm keeping an eye on our centaur friend inside,
And
We
this is hitting you as Steve is crossing the road. This is before you ever get to that plant.
Oh, okay, then would definitely relay that
Because
information to Sauron.
this was right as he was going inside, turned around, and looked out.
Oh,
So
whoa,
this was earlier.
Don't panic. Just
that's new.
if something goes down in here, I'll let you know. But if anything happens out here,
I will leave it up to you, Kaisis, whether or not you heard this before you passed out or not.
No, you had mental communication and mental establishment, correct?
yeah,
Meaning that you are now just completely opened up a channel and you are inside his dream, and his entire dream is being streamed directly to your mind. Congratulations. You are now experiencing a scene where he is surrounded by wonderful, beautiful people at the top of an actual fanfare where he's parading. A lovely, boobsome clad lady is walking up to the front of it and in your voice says exactly what you just said to him.
excellent. I love that.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Oh my god.
So as they approach the plant and everything, Steve will definitely inform Sauron about that.
Can you tell them? Can you tell our other friend about this too? We need to. I think we're going towards this mana thing. These people are not doing well.
This place is tainted.
People definitely seem like they've been through some rough
Go
times.
ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna go wander further into this pub and
Okay.
try to find the huge centaur that's just sticking out like a sore thumb.
What kind of races are at this tavern, by the way? Is it just
I'm
humans?
sorry. I just saw what you posted and I couldn't keep my composure.
Which one?
The obvious Steve picture.
Accurate.
Oh my god. Okay, so Mantra, you're heading up to the bar, correct?
Yes. And also,
Okay.
what kind of like races are in this tavern? I forgot that.
Okay. So you're seeing kind of a mix of there's a lot of humans here, but there's also a fair number of elven people here. Couple of dwarves, 2 or 3, not very many. They're pretty scarce. But you mostly see humans and elves. The elves are the ones that are carrying bows. A couple of them, not all of them.
Okay.
The bartender is a very kind of gruff, big looking. He's got the build of a dwarf, but he's a human. But he's a little short. So you get the sneaking suspicion he might be half dwarf, half human. He's very built, but he's not quite as tall as a human. And very strong in the facial hair.
Okay. I would walk up to the bartender and be like,
All right, I'm closing Discord. That's distracting as hell.
Now you know how I feel, okay? So I walk up to the bartender and I ask for 2 beers or 2 ales, whatever they have on.
And as soon as you walk up, he just kind of looks at you. He's not quite as dreary as the others. He doesn't have quite the bags they have. So he's a little more awake, but he's still very short with you. What the hell do you want?
I am here for 2 beers and to get some information.
He's like, all right, that'll be. He just kind of looks at his towel and he's like, I don't know, 5 silver a drink.
All right.
Slaps him down, pours them out very sloppily, where it kind of sloshes over a little bit. He's in a very I really don't give a damn mood.
Out of curiosity, how nasty does that towel look?
Oh, it's bad. It's It looks like he's been using it for about a week straight.
Oh,
And now, so
oh.
I imagine there's not towels. There's
And he's
stools.
wiping out glasses with it. And
And I imagine there's stools in front of the bar, or is it just a walk up?
yes, there's stools.
I would move one out of the way so I could stand, and then I would pull one out and just put one beer in front of the empty stool.
And at this point, he suddenly notices the horse in the room. And he just kind of stops and stares.
And so I'll snap my fingers and be like, "Nope, I'm talking to you here."
Yeah, I can see it. I can see you. Yeah. What do you want?
So, what happened to this village? It's all the scratched out and torn up wolf stuff.
Well, I'm assuming you had to kill wolves to get in here, so it's pretty damn obvious. The wolves slaughtered us,
He slaughtered you.
and now they won't let us leave, so we're surviving on scraps.
And how many did you lose?
Oh, in the last 6 months, probably a third of our village.
Interesting. And I'm gonna guess they're all buried in this town.
No, I believe the Lord took care of the bodies.
The Lord. Okay. And does the Lord know?
I believe he said he threw them over the cliff to prevent disease. Our cemetery is outside the village.
Interesting. And how powerful is this Lord?
I don't know, it's just a typical nobody.
Which way does he live?
He just kind of looks at you. He's like, well, clearly your lower body's the biggest part on you, because should have been pretty obvious walking up here.
Thank you.
He has a very short temper, and it's starting to come back. The surprise of the centaur walking in is wearing off.
And so he'll start, he'll like the empty stool, like I'll just look over and be like, yeah, I know he's being short-tempered, but just leave him alone.
He kind of
And then just go back to the
again and
bar.
looks at you. They didn't happen to get a hold of your head when you fought your way in here, did they?
No, he did not. You can't see her. That makes sense. Okay.
He just sighs and he's like, I've met weirder.
But anyway, we were on the topic of finding this lord. And you said I don't have, something big head, whatever it is. Anyway, just is he normally in his manor though?
Yeah, he never comes out anymore.
Is he alive?
Yeah, why wouldn't he be?
Well, if you haven't seen him, are you sure he's not, died in his manor?
Well, I mean, he still collects the bodies. I mean, he does it at night, but I don't know. We don't really worry about it. We have bigger concerns.
Bigger concern for what?
Getting out of the village.
Well,
It's like, if you haven't noticed, our fields are not inside the walls.
have you tried, making boats and going off the cliff?
He just looks at you. You want to throw a boat off a 30-foot cliff
No, you use some rope.
and then jump.
Well, no, you use rope and you lower the boat. Small boats, not big boats. What are you thinking?
He sighs and he's like, go take a look over the cliff and tell me how well that'll work.
Well, I didn't catch your
He's like,
name.
did you really think we haven't tried that yet?
I didn't catch your
We
name.
used to have fishing boats. It's Stan.
Stan. Is that short for anything? Stanley, Standard,
Stan.
Stan. Last name?
The man.
Nope. The only one here who has a last name is the Lord.
Oh, what's the Lord's last name?
Betro or something like that? Yeah, Betro. We don't use it very often.
Okay, interesting. And I'm gonna put another gold on the table. I'm like, thanks for the information.
He just kind of slides it under the bar, not really caring too much about it. Not as much as you would expect him to care about the gold.
And then I'm just going to, I didn't even take a sip of the beers. I'm going to take both of them and while passing a table, just put them on the table. Just a random table. And just walk out the door.
Okay. So as you turn to go out the door, Steve,
That's me.
give me another stealth check on your wolf.
Another stealth check.
At this point, everything's kind of coming to a culmination. Like all the timelines are lining up again.
I had it up. So many different stats to keep track of. Okay, let's see. Roll
I know the feeling.
plus 2. A 19.
Okay.
Much better.
Okay. So it's continuing to go unnoticed. Vermont. Let me double check something here. I'm assuming nobody's bothering to wake up Vermont.
Apparently not.
Oh, we did.
Unless Sauron is still getting this amazing dream that's happening with subsequent sequences and explosions.
Actually, there really wouldn't be anybody to wake Vermont up. Everybody's occupied.
And a death-defying swing across a pit of snakes.
All right.
Yeah, we were on our way back to get everybody.
Gotta dream big.
So this would be right as you two are turning around to come back to the tavern, and Mantra is heading for the door. I gotta check one thing real quick. Mantra, give me a perception check. And Soren as well. This is based on hearing.
Rip me.
Hmm.
He's too busy talking to his invisible friend.
Ooh. Nice. That will be a dirty 20.
So you notice a couple of things. As you are turning to, you're leaving with Mantra, right?
Yeah, I was kind of hanging back, just watching
Okay.
and
So-
trying to listen in on the conversation. Once he starts making for the door, I'll meet up with him.
Okay. So as Mantra is turning to come towards you, and kind of throughout the duration of you were watching the room while he was having his conversation, you noticed a couple of things in the tavern. One is that all of the humans and most of the humans, there's a couple of humans and a couple of the elves, but other than that, everybody else, all the dwarves, all have the ones who have their arms exposed, you can see a wolf tattoo on their upper arm that is black with some gray shading, and it's just a wolf head, nothing fancy. Most of there's only about 5 elves in the room. So the other 3 that don't have the black tattoo, and about 2 of the humans you notice have on the opposite shoulder, they have a blue and white tattoo that kind of resembles more of the larger wolf that you met earlier. And beyond that, you notice a couple people, you kind of pick up with your keen hearing, a couple of people starting to talk about your group. And you hear them mentioning, I hope they stay away from the Lord's Manor and just leave us alone. But you hear a couple of times that they don't want anybody going near the manor. All right.
I would
Now, go ahead.
project the images of the tattoos to the other three that are outside.
Again, showing up in Vermont streams.
As a ghostly apparition that's guiding him towards his next big conquest.
Okay, so
One.
now I have a question. I don't know how to ask this without giving anything away. How many people can see things that are invisible?
Steve can, up to 10 feet.
And can anybody see things on a different plane?
If it's a celestial fiend or, something like that, I can sense it.
Let me look.
Celestial fiend or
window.
undead.
2 seconds. I gotta pull up the screen for this.
No, I cannot see invisibility or other planes.
Nope, I can't either. Well, technically, I can't, but I talked to someone from a different plane. Does that count?
Sorry for the delay. Okay. Okay. So, Vermont, as you are pretty much peacefully resting, Cross, give me a quick perception check. Or no, we won't do perception. We'll do Arcana. Because your ability to sense is more of an arcane thing, right?
It's a divine thing. It's part of my.
Yeah. So we'll do an Arcana check because
It'd be
it's
more
It's
religion.
a magical. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fair. So give me a religion check then.
One.
Wow. Okay. All right. So,
And I get +1, so it's a 2.
Woo!
so Vermont, your pleasant dream, and you've been having it for a little while now, you start to notice it's shifting. And it's going from the pleasant dream to more and more and more shifting into a nightmare. I'll leave it up to you whether you want to describe the changes or not. What your version of a nightmare would be.
Oh, God.
And it doesn't happen immediate. It is a progression.
If ever I heard a loaded statement.
Right?
Shut up.
So, as his dream is him progressing to his next major conquest, his next one in line was to conquer a mountain to which he was valiantly battling his way up the side of it, fighting off yetis and distinguishing his prowess to his following troop that are cheering him on. The cheering troop slowly diminishes one by one as he further gets off, their bodies starting to line up behind him before he crosses around a corner and instead finds himself at the top of a mage tower, finding himself back into the history of where he was before. This particular mage tower, he was asked to protect a friend from a ritual that was going wrong, and unfortunately he lost his friend's life during this particular one, and the scene just constantly repeats at that moment of death, unable to escape and just caught in that moment of eternal torment for himself.
Okay, so as it's getting to kind of a culmination of this nightmare, outside the dream, Mantra and Soren are coming out of the tavern. Which one of you is coming out first?
I'm gonna let the big guy go first.
Yeah, I guess I would, because I was technically going first, right? So I would have been out the door first.
Soren was already by the door when you were heading towards him.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm
So it's whether Soren waited for you to pass or just
Now,
went.
the thing is, how fast can you be? Because I'm pretty damn fast.
Yeah, you're not sprinting at a tavern.
I go 50 feet.
Yeah, at full sprint, not a casual walk.
That's a casual walk for me. Walking
Anyways,
speed, 50
Mantra is
feet.
coming out first.
yes.
So as soon as you come out the door, you immediately notice Vermont tossing and turning almost violently in his sleep.
And you know why, because the mental image is still being projected to you.
True, Soren would know why. He would see the progression of the nightmare.
I would. All right.
So
I would take my
Mantra, you're seeing him tossing and turning unnaturally amount. Soren is seeing what he's actually seeing in his mind.
So what I would do is I would take out my pipe and take a deep breath of it and blow the smoke on him, and the smoke actually forms into a dragon.
What did you just do?
Apparently just breathe smoke onto a sleeping person. What a douche.
And I just put my pipe away and be like, all right. And see if he wakes up.
So was there anything special about this?
I know, literally it just
It's
creates
just
a
it's just smoke with an image. Okay.
yeah, literally it is it's a small image of a 1 foot cube and loses its shape after a few seconds, becoming an ordinary pop of smoke.
But
In
Sauron
that
would see that the
case-
mage tower would start springing into fire around it now.
Yeah, this smoke had no impact other than making the nightmare worse. Which Soren is seeing. He could see like the smoke coming, like turning into a, like he said, a fire and smoke in nightmare. It's making it worse.
Father, will you please just wake up? Your melodramatics are getting out of hand.
I'm gonna take out my cane and start poking him with it.
How aggressively are you poking him?
Just like taps, like not hurting him, but still like a good whack.
Okay. Roll a hit check. Or not a hit check, but roll a hit for me. Unarmed hit.
The longsword of warning would wake up.
Hold on. You have a point. Let me.
Well, I'm gonna. Well, it's a 21 to hit, sir. So I hope I hit you.
So. Oh, this is a hard call to make. Because it should wake you up.
If something is making us an action to hit me, that would be
Okay.
perceived as a danger. If it is,
Yes,
like, this nightmare
yes.
wouldn't be a danger.
Okay.
It's not actually physically hurting me, even mentally.
That is true. That is true. Okay. So as soon as you go to strike him, his sword reacts, and I will let you determine how your sword goes about waking you up.
So
Does
the
it
sword.
vibrate? Oh, go ahead.
Well, you can decide for me, Nick. I'm all good.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's all good. So the magic of the weapon would react, forcing my hand to go straight to its sheath, and on inside the hand it would start warming before getting hot. But that would wake me from the stupor.
Okay. So right as you're waking up, Cross and Steve are getting to the bottom of the steps. Both of you, Steve, roll a perception, Cross, roll a religion.
I have advantage.
16.
First
Okay.
one is a 24.
Natural 20.
Oh, yeah, natural 20, so I guess we're good.
Okay.
Natural 20.
So with your natural 20, you see nothing. There is nothing around him. You don't see anything at all. Cross, you got
Not
a 16,
invisible?
right?
Not invisible or anything?
Yep.
Yep, no, that's what I'm referencing. Even invisible, you see
Okay.
nothing. Cross, what is this skill called?
Oh, the divine sense?
Oh, is that what it is? It's a divine sense? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that you're looking at him and that you've gotten much closer, you can see it's a humanoid shape, but it's made up of that evil black mist. That, not real mist, it's just how you perceive evil. You're seeing an evil essence in the shape of a humanoid figure. No distinct features to it. But it's looming right over and behind Vermont. And as he snaps awake, it immediately turns and starts to leave.
Can I follow it?
Yeah. Its presence is barely there.
Quick, follow me.
But I just woke up from this marvelous dream.
Cross doesn't dally words, he just follows the presence.
So it turns and it heads straight. It doesn't head straight for the manor. It heads up the road towards the smithy and that. And it turns and it goes in. It notices that it's almost like you notice it looked at you for a moment and then turned around and kept going. And you're not having trouble keeping up with it. It's not running. It's just casually walking, almost a little faster, like power walking. But after it goes a little ways, it turns and heads inside a dark house, going right through the wall.
What is it, boy? What can you see?
So
And Vermont's still trying to snap awake while you're just taking off.
I mean,
I'll let
technically
everybody
it's not
react.
Sorry, what'd you say, Texas?
I was going to say, like, it puts him into a awake state pretty much immediately.
Oh, okay. It just snaps you to full awake?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so yeah, he's fully awake then, thanks to a magical effect.
Yep.
And Cross is just, follow me, and he takes off up the road to the east. And about 2 houses later, it turns and goes right through the wall into a dark house.
Okay, what's the front door made of?
Wood. Just a cheap, normal house.
Big black booted foot. Kick that door right in.
All right, give me a strength check.
2. His foot snaps off.
Oh,
no.
Tink,
Oh,
tink,
this-
tink, tink, tink.
no, this is bad. Nat 20.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, the other extreme.
That whole
So-
front wall just obliterates.
Yeah, so you walk up to this door and you put your foot through it. That door is blasted off its hinges. It just snaps right off of them and goes skidding right across the room.
Behind you, you hear Vermont go, yeah!
And right as you do that, it phases through the next wall and goes into another room.
Okay, is there a door to
Yep,
that
there's
room?
a door
that I-
just to the right. You're in a just kind of an open area that's a multi-purpose room. This
Then I
house
would
is
im-
only a single story, and there's only about 2 other rooms. One looks like it's probably a facility restroom. It's very, very small, almost cupboard sized. And then you have one other room in the corner that's more than likely a bedroom, but you've got your kitchen, living room area, all of that in one big general room. And on the back right corner is a door leading into another room where just beside that it had gone through the wall.
I would make my way to that door, to the room that it went into, and I would just shoulder that door open.
Okay. So meanwhile, while you're doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
I
Following
think
Cross.
it's prudent to tell all of you that the villagers in the tavern, they were speaking of us. They know we're here. They really don't want us going up to the manor.
What would
To the
Steve and what would Steve and Steve was with Cross, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
so
you
he
saw
was
nothing. You're
he-
not seeing what he's seeing.
right, but Cross
And
said he
I-
was going, so and they had just said they needed to tell everybody, so he would have stuck with Cross going that way.
Can I send a mental image of what I'm seeing to him?
To Sauron.
Yeah. Can I send a mental image of what I'm seeing to him?
To Sauron, you can, yeah. It's a mental connection. Well, let me ask Sauron, can you send images or is it strictly verbal?
It's a telepathic communication, and it doesn't specifically state that it has to be verbal.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll allow
It
it.
very specifically in the wording says that we don't even have to know the same language. We just
Okay, yeah.
communicate.
Yeah, I'll allow it. You can send an image. Not like a
Alright.
full-on movie, but a few stills.
Yeah, I just want to basically send the impression of what I'm seeing.
Okay. So yeah, you see that same shadowy figure just looming over Vermont while he was still coming awake.
I'll bounce that particular image over to Vermont. And
Hey, we're with Lyra.
anybody that wasn't close enough to hear me saying what I said come about what I heard.
The only
coming out.
one you didn't connect with was Mantra.
Yeah,
So you
he
can
was right
relay it to everybody except him.
Yeah, I spoke it out loud to whoever was still here when Cross took off.
Okay. You relayed the
Oh.
image to everybody else that was connected to you, though?
I will bounce the image of what he saw to everybody in the chain that, aside from Cross,
Okay.
because he's the one that sent it to me. And
Okay.
I'll also send along the message to those that weren't right in the immediate area when I spoke. Hey,
Okay.
this is what I overheard in the bar.
Okay. So everybody except Mantra has now seen at least a still image of that essence humanoid shape.
Eh, who cares about that one? I do look good in that memory, don't I?
So everybody's following Cross, right?
Yes. Sure. I don't even know what's happening, but I'm just gonna keep on following.
Yeah, I'll just do my best to verbally describe what Cross saw to Mantra.
Okay. Who was the last one out the door of the tavern?
Me, because it was just me and
Okay.
Mantra that went in.
So
I waited
being-
until Mantra went out first.
Being all of this happened, you didn't close the door to the tavern. It's still wide open. Steve, you're following Cross, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So as Steve takes off, his wolf stands up and takes off with him.
Hmm.
As that wolf passes in front of the open door, there is a burst of activity in the tavern. And then somebody just screaming, Another one got in, and they just come. Anybody with a weapon comes rushing out. So right as you hear that, what is Soren and Steve's reaction? Because they'd be the only ones left near the patio.
I don't think they like pets in here.
Everybody else is already off the patio and following Cross a house away.
Well,
Steve is already a few feet away from the porch. Soren's the only one still on it.
does the door open inward or outward?
Outward.
Yeah, Steve was right with Cross.
All right. I would kick the door shut at that point.
Okay, so yeah, Soren would be the only one then that could react. Okay. So you kick it shut, Wolf takes off. What do you do at that point? You can hear him. You can hear him rampaging for the door.
You said there's like lots of crates and other things strewn about all over the place.
It's crates, chairs, bags of
I'll take
grain,
a
all
chair.
sorts of things scattered across the front of the porch.
I'll take a chair and try to wedge it
Okay.
up against the door to
Okay.
make it difficult for people to get out, to buy us some time. As I then would turn and go to try to catch up with everybody else.
Okay.
Using the telepathic connection to let folks know that we have company coming.
All right. So back to Cross. Everybody's kind of catching up now. I'm assuming everybody just keeps following even after they hear about the wolf. Or is anybody doing anything different?
No.
Okay. All right. So, Cross, were you bashing in the next door too?
Shouldering that door in.
Okay.
I assume you want another strength check?
Yep.
Dirty 21.
Nice.
Yep. This one just blasts right open too. Doesn't stand a chance against your huge hulking metal body. You enter the room and you just barely see a wisp of it pass through the back of the door, the back of the building. No door or window this time. You're in a bedroom, no windows, no doors. And it just went, you barely caught a glimpse of it slipping through the wall again.
It's almost as if you can hear Vermont whisper in your mind, do it. Do it.
What are you going to do, Cross?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kool-Aid Bandit?
Hell yeah.
However,
That's fun.
Anyway,
so
is
this
he
is a
headed
song.
for the
Go ahead.
manor through the house?
At this point, it is now moving away from the manor.
It's moving
It
away
origi-
from the manor.
It originally was moving in parallel with it. And then after looking at you, it turned away from the manor and went straight through the building in a straight line.
So it's just trying to
Almost
escape.
perfectly away from the manor.
So I'm not going to be able to catch it this way.
So
So
you
Cross
did make the
growls.
decision. You did
Cross-
already say you were going through it.
Oh no, I didn't.
Change your mind?
I'm not going through the wall. No.
Okay.
No, I was joking about the Kool-Aid Bandit.
Oh,
He
okay.
was just heavily being encouraged to do so.
All right, what
But
you doing?
no. Cross would growl under his breath He digs out 2 gold coins. And as he crosses back through the house, he slaps the 2 gold coins down on the table and storms out of the house.
Does he have a business card that says sorry for the mess?
And your insurance number?
All right, so what are you doing now?
Beyond disappointing Vermont, of course.
Well, I leave the house because I can't chase it.
You are now all gathered outside the house, right outside the front door.
It's one thing to break somebody's door and repair it. It's quite another to tear a hole in their house, and he wouldn't go that far. So.
And at this point, Sauron is catching up with the group.
Are we at the manor, like, door frame? Like...
No, you're not at the manor. You're at a regular house.
Oh,
You're the figure moved away from the manor. As soon as it saw it was being followed, it moved directly away from the manor.
So, Steve.
Yes.
I believe some of the patrons at the tavern saw your friend, and they got very upset. Were drawing their weapons and rushing the door.
That's quite
Screaming about
unfortunate.
another one got in. I did my best to slow them down, but that's not going to last forever.
And you guys can all hear the pounding on the door. It's very audible.
Well, what's our course of action here? What are we going to do?
They really don't want us going to the manor.
Let's go to the manor.
That's the place we need to go. Let's go.
I agree.
Yeah.
That sounds like the place we should probably go.
the bartender said that the lord of this village lives there, and he takes care of the dead bodies.
Yeah, we're going to the manor. Let's go. This is that way. Evil.
All right, so how are you going about getting there?
As Cross is coming out of the door, you just hear him say, "I will cleanse this place," and immediately turns down the street to find a way into the manor.
Yes, you can
We just
buckets of
beeline
clean
it, I
solutions.
guess.
Put in
This
some elbow
city
grease, but we need to get moving.
must be purged.
All right, Arthas.
Yep, the Great Purge has begun.
So where you going? What you doing?
Out the front gate towards the manor, or whichever was the way to the manor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm
stepping out of the house, you're in kind of almost like a cul-de-sac area. Back towards the left, you have the smithy across the road, and you've got the tavern on the left side of the road. And down past that, you eventually get to the gate that leads through the wall up to the manor. On your right side, you've got more houses. About the only businesses over in this area are the smithy and the tavern. And there's a number of houses, all of which are dark. And behind the smithy, you can see where you're at. It's almost a sheer cliff going up. So you'll have to at least go back. For the easiest way to get up there, you'd have to go back towards the gate. And you could, well, I'll leave it up to your imagination, but over the wall past the smithy, there's no more, on that side of the road, there's no more buildings. It's just the wall, and then over the wall is the hill leading up, but it's not a sheer face on that part.
Where is the actual path going up to this place?
You'd follow you're in the cul-de-sac circle area. Going west, you'd go back up the road, towards the original T junction. But you'd have to go past the tavern that is now upset. But once you get to the T junction, the gate is right there on your right to go through up to the manor. But you have to go back up the road you just came across.
That's the way Cross is going.
Yeah, that's the way I was probably going for the manor.
And as he is traveling down this road, he is pulling his sword free and his shield from his back
Okay.
and readying them.
Stevie,
Following Cross.
I know that you're really enjoying having him around, but do you think you could just for this moment send your little companion away?
Fine. Slams the staff on the ground. And dissipates.
So is everybody heading back towards the original junction to go to the main gate?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start working your way back towards the gate, you hear the crack and then the splinter of wood, and then a bunch of the patrons come pouring out of the tavern. They see you and they come running up. Did you see the wolf order to go? Come on, tell us. We need to kill this thing before it gets another one of us. And they are. It's almost PTSD level of panic.
I'm sorry, friends. We just ran after the chase of something that was apparently trying to eat my dreams or something, but we went across this particular street and didn't see any wolf. Are you sure you saw something? And if you see in which direction did it go, we might be onto something here.
No, the door got stuck. Where is it? And they are panicking and freaking out to delusional levels. Like
Horn will come up from
it
the back of the group. I say, my friends, to the bar patrons, I believe I saw it go that way, and I'm going to point the opposite direction from where we're going.
okay,
Yeah,
so that would be back towards the cul-de-sac circle area, and they immediately just start rushing past. They don't even bother to try and figure out if you're lying. They're so upset, and you notice a hint of like more than anything, scared, that it's completely unnatural how badly they reacted. Even if they were at war with the wolves, it doesn't make sense that they would be that terrified of one getting in.
Well, I'm going to not even question this one and take our good fortune as I see it, and let's go.
All right. Continue on down the path, and eventually you get to the front gate. It's a wrought iron gate with a mortar and stone rock wall extending on either side. The gate is about 7.5 feet tall. The walls are about 5 feet.
I open it.
Doesn't budge.
I look hopefully at the giant warforged. Please?
The gate is iron.
Yeah, it's a very medieval iron.
What's the lock look like?
Yes, let me.
The lock is it's just kind of a simple, almost like skeleton key style lock, but it's very large and built into the two center bars.
Say, do you mind giving me a moment?
I think we've only got a moment before the angry mob
We've
gets
got
back.
more
It
moments
works
if we make less
perfectly.
noise.
Whatever you do it quickly.
I'll just watch my back and
Doesn't matter what we
Let me-
do. That one is going to make noise.
you can't see it, but you can just imagine Cross raising an eyebrow.
and he will reach into some pockets in his cloak and pull out his thieves' tools.
Okay.
And also, you will pull out a set of spectacles that he will put on his face. And first things first, he will get really close up to the lock and check for any kind of traps.
Okay. So are you looking or are you physically feeling around?
I am looking and inspecting.
All right, so give me an
Check for that.
investigation.
And that will be 18.
Just a normal gate.
Very well, very well. He'll then take his tools and attempt to open the lock.
Okay. Let's see here. Trying to remember. So that would be, I gotta remember, that's a dexterity check, if I remember.
Yeah, you can either do a straight dex check or a sleight of hand check, depending on DM preference.
Okay. We'll do the sleight of hand check.
I normally do sleight of hand plus proficiency.
Yeah, because he's got thieves tools. So yeah, sleight of hand plus
I've also
proficiency.
got expertise on thieves' tools.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's why you get the proficiency bonus. If a normal person used thieves tools, it wouldn't benefit them in any way.
I think it's because of the expertise. It's double the whatchamacallit,
The expertise
bonus.
lets you. Yeah, the
double the
expertise-
bonus. It's double the
Alright.
bonus.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sweet. That's natural 20.
Oh, geez, this is gonna be bad.
So that's a 30.
So you immediately set to work on this lock, and you get like 5 seconds into it, and you just kind of like softly facepalm yourself, and you barely even bother looking at the lock, and you can just one-handed pick it. This lock was so easy that it was almost as if it wasn't there. And it just pops open, and the gate shifts just a couple inches open.
Stands up, takes his spectacles off, puts things away in his pockets, and gotta keep an honest person honest, I suppose. After you, motioning to Cross.
Cross just takes the shield, pushes the gate open, and starts right up the path to the manor.
Everybody following?
Absolutely.
All right. Just keep following right on the path. As you get closer and closer, is your divine sense always up? Or does it
No,
have to be activated?
it has to be activated.
Okay. So as you get closer to the manor, you all just get a general sense of unease the closer you get. You don't even need your divine sense to feel that this place isn't right. But as you come up around the bend in the gravel path coming up to the front door, it's a pretty large 2-story manor. It's pretty good sized, and it's definitely run down. And you see a lot more of those black plants with the area of death around them, just scattered all around the front of in front of the porch in the yard. There's a lot of dead plants in the yard.
Okay, so a note, since we're getting close to combat and all of this and everything, Cross has an aura of protection that anybody within 10 feet of him gets +3 bonus to all saving throws.
Ooh.
Okay.
So Anybody within 10 feet of him while Cross is conscious. Friendly creatures, including myself, within 10 feet, cannot be charmed.
Okay.
And that is up constantly.
Okay. All right. So what are you guys gonna do? There are giant oak door, double doors in front of you.
Steve is pretty miffed that he had to desummon his friend before we even did anything.
Cross sheathes his sword and pushes on the door. Does it open?
Yeah. Not
pushes his way right in.
All right. As you open the door, you have a large grand staircase right in the middle. And off to either side, you've got a couple of smaller doors, about 2 or 3 on either side. And it's very dark in here. There's no torches. It's dark. You get some light from the sinking sun coming in through the door. That's about the only real light you have. How many of you have dark vision?
Just blind vision,
So-
10 feet.
Okay.
Blind sight.
What did
I
you
do
say,
have
guys?
dark vision.
Okay. Anybody else?
Dark vision.
Mantra, Cross, what's your vision like in the dark?
Blind as a bat.
Okay. Cross?
Cross can't see anything in the dark. Thus, he redraws his sword and channels divinity, sacred weapon. His sword immediately lights up with a bright light that is 20-foot radius and a dim light for an extra 20 feet beyond that.
Okay. All right. So within kind of that 40-foot range, how far is the dark vision on Sauron in Vermont?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Okay. So the first 40 feet, everybody can kind of see the trail of blood leading up the stairs and turning and taking a right.
Yep.
Well, you guys can see it go up the stairs. Soren and Vermont can see it turning right at the top of the staircase. Vaguely, they can't see the top of the floor, but they can see it starts to turn right before it hits that lip. Other than that, this place is abandoned. There's cobwebs. There's nobody been living here for a while.
Well,
So I'm going to dip down and put my fingers into this blood trail. Is it fresh? Is it just peeling off? Is it coagulated?
There's some of it's coagulated, most of it's dried, and there's clearly separate trails. There's a lot of separate trails.
What do you mean separate trails? As in multiple
There's
ones that
a
you drag across this?
A lot of the trails you see have a smearing effect. Like they're clearly drug, or you can see it dropping from being carried. Not all of them are smeared. But in the general sense, there's multiple like smears. Like some of them are 3 feet apart, where it's obvious it's happened more than once. It's not one person's trail. There's clearly multiple people and varying levels of dryness throughout the different trails.
yeah,
This is a carnival. This has to be the haunted house.
something dark and gruesome happened here for sure.
I imagine now a wonderfully inclined, happy person made out of iron behind us is just absolutely having a ball with this place. Steve, it's your divine senses on, isn't it?
No, he hasn't activated it yet.
How long does it last? Just out of curiosity.
It's one action and it lasts one turn, so roughly 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
he more or less gets a snapshot.
I can just see that being like an internal process. Takes a screenshot of what he's seeing and it processes it through a filter.
So, what are you all gonna do?
Well, I say we follow the trail of blood. As you can see, it starts here and it leads up there. So, unless anyone else has got any bright ideas or directions, might as well start with the obvious.
Agreed.
Oh, and you can, if you can bring your pet back.
I can't.
Yes, you can. We don't need to hide anymore.
It's not quite a hide. I can't do it until a long rest.
What's a long rest for you? Like 10 minutes?
No, 8 hours.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. Damn. Well, shall we? Okay, hang on. I do have a question. The centaur. Do you have trouble going upstairs or downstairs? Can you go backwards downstairs?
That's a good question. I never really had to go upstairs. They just had ramps everywhere.
I shall speak to the management of this place about getting some ramps installed for you next time then.
I think I should be fine. You know, it's not like a cliffside.
Your powers of observation astound me.
And at this moment, he just takes out a little vial and just chugs it.
What, not going to share with the rest of us? I mean, if it's alcohol, come on.
Wait, what did you chuck?
Chug.
Oh, chug. And what does it do?
Potion of climbing. For the next hour, I have you gain climbing speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour. During this time, you have advantage on strength checks you make to climb.
Okay.
Just in case.
All right. So,
Wow.
as you guys head up the stairs, you see the trail turning to the right. And it's getting kind of thinner. Like, as they go up there, all the trails kind of converge into one. They're not so spread out. But you follow the trail up and around the corner. And it's the farther you go up, the more it just becomes more and more obvious that this place is abandoned. There's nobody here. It is cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. The only sign of life is this trail and all the... Where this trail is, there's no dust for a couple of feet on either side. That's about the only sign that anybody's been here. And it goes up around the corner, and then after about 10 or 15 feet, it turns and takes a left down a small hallway. And on the left side, it passes under a door. And who is in front?
Cross.
Okay.
As I say, it's either going to be Cross or myself.
Roll a perception check for me. Are you guys heading right up to the door?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Cross is following that blood trail.
So as you come up to the door and as you're going up this hallway, you notice there's throughout the whole manor, there's been kind of suits of armor here and there, and they're just as dirty and dingy as the others, but a little less dusty. But other than that, roll a perception check for me, Cross.
19.
Okay. 19. As you get up to the door, it's only for a brief moment, but you hear a faint pop and a little bit of rustling, and then it's silent on the other side of the door.
Is the door open?
Nope.
It will be now.
And it is a pair of double doors, not as big as the front doors, but it is double doors. Not locked. Grab the handle, it twists just fine.
Open the doors.
All right. So you swing the door open, And as soon as you open the door, you see the trails culminate to a big pool of blood in the middle of the room. Let me.
That's a bedroom.
Okay. So as Cross steps into the room, it is very obvious this was the master bedroom. There is a really fancy four-post bed off to the right. You have that typical changing curtain that a lot of higher society people like to have. And in general, all the furniture in here is very like, it has gold knobs, fancy wood, nice finish. But there is that musty, real rotten scent of stale, dry blood. And throughout the room, you see there's a couple suits of armor in various corners of the room. Check any other important info so I don't miss anything. Yeah. Okay. So there are four suits of armor, one in each corner of the room. Almost kind of in a weird, like, guarded formation. But other than that, you don't really notice anything too out of the ordinary other than what are the rest of you doing before I go any further?
Standing behind Cross, I think.
Everybody entering.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take up the rear and kind of watch our backs as we move.
Okay, so how is everybody entering the room?
Say that again.
How is everybody entering the room? What positions or way are you moving into the room?
Well, of course, Cross would just stomp his way forward.
Okay.
I mean, he's basically a walking suit of armor anyways.
All right, and what are the rest of you doing as you enter?
Kind of just staying towards the back. Not pushing in.
Vermont's eyes light up at the sight of so much blood and immediately heads over towards it, dabs his fingers in and tastes it.
Okay. And Soren and Mantra, what are you two doing?
I'll probably go over to the bed
Okay.
and see if anyone has actually laid in it in a while.
Okay. And Soren.
Soren's gonna stay by the door,
Okay.
still trying to keep watch behind us, because
Keep
Lord
watch
knows
behind.
how long it's gonna be before those villagers figure out that they got duped and potentially come back this way.
Okay. All right. So, Vermont, you reach down, you touch the blood, taste it. Nothing real special about it. It's very irony. Most of it's dried, and you can't. It's dried. You can't pick it up without scraping it off. The couple bits that are kind of congealed, they've been there for. Kind of gives you the idea that the last bit of blood was probably about a day ago.
Lovely. And does it look like it's been pulled as if they've been strung up from the roof, or is it pulled as in there's been a corpse lying in the center of this puddle?
Lying in the center, almost like it burst.
As in there's explosions in the center point.
Nothing as far as like a powder or anything. Think more like a pizza roll. You bite into it, it pops out the other side. Just kind of a blood spray.
For those of us that don't really know what pizza rolls are,
Okay. Any sort of little like food that has a filling in it, you bite it, and instead of getting where you bit it, it pops out the other side of the pastry, the filling. It makes a mess. Anyways, the blood is splattered. Like something popped, like a balloon popped and blasted everything. Not like an explosion from a device. There's no powder burns or anything like that.
that
It's
means,
just like
there's
the
a center
blood.
point in it, so it's scattered from a particular point in the center.
Yep. Basically about 5 feet ahead of above you, and a couple feet to the left. You're pretty close to where the center is. So you're looking pretty close, right? Give me a perception check.
Myself, yes.
Yes, you.
Game perception, what does it rely on?
This one's sight.
11.
Okay. So looking at the blood, it's kind of weird, but then looking past the blood at the foot of the bed, you see a small teddy bear. And it's sitting on top of the blood, but there's no blood on it.
Did Marco leave his teddy bear behind?
Bonus action, stab it with a rapier. I'm serious, I'm stabbing it with a rapier.
Okay. Let me check something here. Do a hit roll for me.
13. Sorry, long
All
story.
right, so right as you go for it, your blade plunges into it, and there is a poof of whitish black smoke. And there is this weird whining scream, like almost like a goblin in pain. And after that, it's a real quick flash of smoke and it vanishes.
Can you describe the scream a little bit more?
It's kind of an and out of that smoke comes a massive mimic
Oh boy.
Oh man.
that is now
All over again.
that your blade has plunged right into its tongue. And roll damage for me.
Huzzah. Do.
There we
So
go.
that's 15.
15. Yep, that hurt. Yeah, it whines and then bounces back a step. It has to hop to move. So it bounces back to get off of your blade.
Sorry,
And everybody roll initiative.
my apologies on that one. It was one attack for that one.
Okay.
It would only be 7.
Okay.
19.
Have advantage. You're on the first one.
Heck yeah, go Steve!
Well, you got a 6 and 23.
Oh,
So you're
no, did
23.
it roll for both?
It looks like it did.
It did 6 and 23.
Sweet. Awesome.
I got a 13.
8.
17 was my highest roll. I have an advantage on initiative too. I just
Okay.
didn't roll very well.
Steve, what was your final one?
23.
23. And Montreux, what was yours?
13.
13? Okay. Sorry, this is my first time using the D&D Beyond encounter thing. All right, so right as you stab that mimic, and it hops back to get off of your blade. The 4 suits of armor begin to move as well and are clearly showing signs of hostility.
Where are they? Okay.
Give me a second.
I say, I think you found us some friends.
And Soren, do a real quick perception check for me.
That will be 14.
Okay. So with you facing backwards, you immediately notice that the 2 you passed in the hall also begin to move.
Uh-oh. Looks like we've company coming from the hallway as well.
Oh boy.
All right. So, top of the round. Let me throw that damage in there. 7. Okay. All right. Top of the round is Steve.
Steve is going to look. Yeah, I gotta see if I can do something here. We're going to assess the room. He sees all these armor suits come to life. There's a gigantic mimic at the foot of the bed. Not too happy with the current situation here. Especially since he just had his friend, he had to dismiss his friend right before this happened. So he's mumbling under his breath at the same time. He is going to look around. I need to figure out how to do a radius thing. It's a circle, right? Can I select how big the circle is? There's like a radius thing. No, it's a ruler, right?
Yeah, ruler. Snap to center.
Snap to center. I need to figure out what's
And
going
then
to be
just
like
just click and drag from the center to each of the things you think it might hit.
Okay. Okay. A 20-foot. Oh, gee. Okay, so
That's going to be most of the room, depending where you put it.
right. Oh boy. Okay.
It's a bedroom.
Oh.
It's not very big.
All right. 5 feet. So, cross. Don't go forward. You're just gonna say that. And then right up, can y'all see my little thing right here?
Yeah.
Okay, right there, where that's centered, he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna cast Spike Growth across from the doorway. He's gonna go, it just slam the staff down on the ground again, and right centered here in a 20-foot circle from here. So basically, all the way, it'll miss our friend here, Vermont. It will land on top of Cross, but I think Cross can handle it. It'll hit the mimic, and that's it. So 2 things are in it with right now. And he is going to cast Spike Growth right there. And I think that's not a to hit. I just cast it. I think that worked. Oh, I didn't do it. I think I got to do it from here. Did it actually just cast?
It posted it.
Posted, but it didn't actually do it. I think.
Yeah, it's just a cast.
Okay, so
Yeah,
And then
second level. So I cast it right there. There's no save or anything. It's just there on the ground. So basically in a 20-foot radius around the point, it twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Okay.
Okay.
So the 20-foot radius, where was the center at?
Right. See this desk? The center was right here. So it's basically,
Okay.
it won't hit our friend here, and it won't hit this guy down here, but it does hit this one. It hits the
And
mimic.
is it
and
a
it crosses.
circle?
It's a circle. Yeah, it's a 20-foot radius. No, it's a 20-foot radius. Yeah, 20-foot radius from here. That's yeah, that makes sense.
That's pretty close to it. I think I got the center slightly off, but it doesn't draw from the center out.
Yeah. If it hits those squares, yeah. It hits this
There
one
we go.
too. No, that's 15.
Hold on, let me.
Delete that one and
Yeah.
make a slightly bigger one.
I can just resize it.
Yeah.
Little bigger. Do the straight down. Don't do the diagonal. Yeah. Okay. So we're hitting the right grid. I just need to make it touch
This
the
one.
bottom of the box.
So yeah, so it's
There you go.
not even gonna hit cross.
Technically it will.
I think that's
no,
to
it
the corner
won't.
at the bottom right of the mimic, so it
The
doesn't
radius,
go into
yeah.
the square.
Remember, it's not a square. It's a radius. It's a circle. So going
I just meant like
straight.
the spread snapping too.
Oh, so straight it
Yeah.
won't do it? Oh, cool.
Yeah, you should be okay.
I thought, yeah.
So that is the hazardous terrain, that area.
Cool. That means I did hit our friend.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So
from
now
the
that he does
center
that,
to there, 20
Mhm.
feet.
now that he did that, that was his action. For his bonus action, he is going to sit there with his staff. His staff is still kind of like the radius, the like the ripples on the ground, kind of as they fade. He's going to sheath the quarterstaff with the sickle on the end of it on his side. He's going to sit there and kind of just hold on to the top where the sickle is of the staff, and then just it kind of just bends down and just starts to change right in front of Sauron, right next. And it's like what was there before. This small, spindly man slowly transforms into a hulking cave bear.
Into a bear. Okay.
A cave bear. Yep.
All right. Give me a second.
So it would be this. Put it in. Now a large beast.
I'll keep that out.
Mhm.
All right. So I switched your icon out to the bear.
Now the question is,
Alright.
does the bear have a big scraggly beard just like Steve?
Sort of, kind of.
Oh yeah, it
A little
does.
bit, yeah. Yeah, it does. And with his movement, he is going to move up and I think get right next to Cross. No, actually, no, he's going to stay right where he is. I think. Keep Soren protected. See what he does.
Okay. Done?
Yeah.
Okay. Vermont, you're up.
Woo! Vermont is going to look at that one, and then his smile is going to get so cocky after he identified and had a stab at the doll. He's going to run his hand along the blade and cut it open, spilling his blood onto the blade itself, which is going to ignite in fire as per his blood rituals. Therefore, he was going to, using two hands, go forward and stab the mimic. Moving to that one.
Okay.
Oop, sorry, didn't mean to click that second one. But that is a 1, natural 1.
A hit.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
guess that one doesn't particularly hit, but
Yeah, no, you go to hit and it just glances off one of the metal flanges on the edges of the box.
wonderful. And then he'll continue around with another to do a hit and to do a 9.
Nope, continuing to just bounce right off the edge.
Wonderful. Well, in that particular case, he's going to watch as his sword glances off the thing before doing nothing more at this particular moment, and turns to look at Cross.
And crosses up.
All right. Cross holds his shield high and casts Bless on Vermont, Mantra, and Sauron. So you each can add 1d4 to your attack rolls or saving throws for the next minute, which I think is what, like 10 turns?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep, 10 rounds.
Yep, that's 10 rounds.
Yeah, so for the next 10 rounds, you have the option. Okay, and with that, my Discord's being funny. Oh, I see what it was. It's my other keyboard on top of one of my keyboards was hitting the Windows button. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Because my screen kept flashing. Okay, so back to game. That was his first action. His movement is to take one step closer to the mimic.
Okay. Keep in mind that above you is a folding, I don't know what they're called. One of those blinds that people change behind. So it is blocked by that.
I don't care.
Okay. Granted, it doesn't take much to push it out of the way.
Oh, no, I'm slashing through it
Okay.
and aiming for roughly where the mimic is.
Okay. So give me a strength check and then a hit check.
You're really going to make me strength check a paper screen?
Yep.
Natural 1. He falls and gets tangled in it.
Actually, it was a 19 and I get a +2, so.
Okay, yeah, no, you're good. I wasn't so much checking if you could do it. I was more checking if it veered your blade off course.
Oh, no, the blade is probably just burned right through it.
I never said it was made out of paper.
What's it made out of?
Cheap lightweight wood.
Again,
That still doesn't take much. But you passed it, so go ahead, do your hit roll.
dang it. I clicked something and it decided to change characters on. I was looking up longsword pluses here, so okay. It's a 14 to hit. I rolled really low.
You hit.
All right, so it's 1d8 plus 2. And then 1d4. Okay, so he takes 7 slashing damage and 4 burning damage.
All right. Slashing, burning. Okay. So 11 total.
Yep.
All right.
As the burning long sword slices into him.
Yeah, and it just sinks right through the flesh in his mouth easy enough. Not much resistance there. And anything else on your turn?
Well, I used 1 action to cast a spell and 1 action to make my extra action to attacks.
Okay. All right. Next is the armor. So the animated armor behind Mantra stumbles to life, and it just kind of haphazardly stumbles towards Mantra, still kind of getting its bearings from getting going. And it is just simply going to take up its blade and bring it down. Right across the hindquarters. Let's see, the first one. 4 more to hit. 21.
That hits.
Okay. And 12.
All right.
Just 1 or 2? I'm assuming just 1. I don't know what your armor
12.
class is.
The first one hit, second one did not.
Okay. All right. So just 1. So you take 4 slashing damage right across your hindquarters as he brings his longsword down on you.
Okay.
And that brings it to Mantra.
All right. I'm going to rage. Also with raging, I need that thing to make a dex check.
Okay. I'm assuming you're talking about the armor.
Yes. And basically anything within 10 feet.
8.
8. You take full damage.
Friendlies and non-friendlies?
One creature of your choice. Oh yeah, so it's just one. So it's just that one.
Okay.
So it takes 4 points of lightning damage right off the bat. So I get that over with. And it is going to make. What am I going to do here? I'm going to do.
Remember, you got bless.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do both attacks with my great axe.
Okay.
That's nat 20.
Oh boy.
And for the second one.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
All right. So for damage for the first one,
He didn't even need to use bless.
Let's see. That is wow. I rolled really low for that. 6 will be. Hold on. Double
the dice, not the modifier.
Double. Yeah. So it would be 4. Be 8 slashing damage for the first one.
Double the damage and then add your modifiers.
I did. It's
Yeah, his modifier was +4. He rolled a 2.
I rolled a 2. It was terrible on a d12. And damage for the second one is 7.
Yep. Sorry.
Anything else I can do? Because apparently I have a crap.
See, your second swing causes it to stumble backwards, and it looking a little haggardy. But it straightens itself back out again.
Oh wait, whenever you make a critical strike, you may gain life equal to your Constitution modifier. So con would be 3. So I'm back up to. Okay, I gain 3. Neat. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's like the one time I get to use the ring. It's fine. All right.
Already paying dividends.
It's already yeah, that would be my turn.
All right. And another armor stumbles to life, working its way down towards Sauron. Once again, it is going to bring down its blade for 2 more slashes.
Oh, bother.
Natural 1.
Oh, bother.
Does he get anything with me
be-
being next to him?
Must be a little rusty.
No, like flanked or no?
The armor is the one attacking.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you really want to think about it in terms of things like Fire Emblem, you'd be getting a relationship bonus.
And 10.
No, that misses.
So yeah, that first hit gets stuck in the door frame, and then it tries to continue for the second, and it just whiffs. Nothing even close. Now the mimic. So it looks at the two of you and it can't quite decide. So looks back across, and you see these 2 gangly little arms come sticking out of the side of the chest, right where that purple webbing is. And both arms make a swipe at Cross. So we have natural 1, that's a no.
Good luck, Mimic.
And natural 20.
Does it have any bonuses?
25 total.
Dang. It actually hit me.
What the hell is your armor class?
22.
Jeez. Alright. So
That's why I asked what its bonuses were. Because if it was straight 20, even natural 20, it still wouldn't have affected me. It would have hit me, but it would have just bounced off.
It always hits. A natural 20 will always hit and do damage.
That's what I thought. Yep. That's what I thought with the natural 20 was an auto hit. Alright. So that is 13 points of bludgeoning damage. As one meaty hand just whiffs right on by, but the other one catches you on the shoulder.
There's a scratch in my armor.
Aren't you completely armor? Like, I'm not sure how Warforged work, I'll be honest.
No, there's a person inside of there, so to speak.
Machine robot type thing with a soul.
Okay, a Warforged is a construct made of wood, steel, and stone.
Sounds very steampunk.
The wood is more like muscle fiber than wood.
The range. Ooh, damn!
Go animated armor B.
Yep. Armor B is next. So another one stumbles to life, but it hasn't quite got its feet figured out, and it just slowly stumbles its way towards Ron. And that's Soren.
Okay. Well,
Animated armor's at 15 feet of movement.
well, I am going to bonus action disengage. And I don't know how you guys are pinging the map, but I want to.
Oh, you just click and hold in one spot while you have the mouse cursor.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to bonus action disengage from this armor over here.
Okay.
And I will move up here behind this one.
Okay.
And I will take a stab at it with my rapier. Is that gonna incur me any kind of flanking bonus?
It gives you, yes, it does give you, flanking is advantage, correct, Holland?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So yes, you have advantage on the hit.
Oh, wow. Both of them rolled 7. That's 14 total.
That's a hit.
Oh, sweet. All right.
These things are slow.
Oh, wait, I forgot to roll that d4 with that, too. I still hit, but
I was hoping that Mimic would actually attack Kaisis' character so I could interrupt it.
You don't have Sentinel. That's not Sentinel. That's something else.
No, I have protection. I can impose disadvantage on attack rolls against another person within 5 feet of me.
okay, so that's 7 piercing damage from the rapier. And then 15 damage from sneak attack.
All right, so as you strike it with the rapier, it kind of stumbles and then just shatters into pieces. And does not get back up.
And I will then just nod at Mantra.
Okay.
All right. Another armor stumbles to life and starts working its way towards the fight.
Right? That's
For
5.
that one.
Yeah.
That's 3 rolls of my damage on spike growth.
Okay,
Oof.
go ahead.
2d4.
What? 5, 10, 15. You move 3 spaces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm just
Every space they move is
All right, that was
another.
2d4. Okay, so I'll do 1.
Oof.
nice.
6,
Yeah, I like how he went. I like he went for about middle range and then crit and then
17.
miss.
Yeah, that's nice.
Thank God that terrain can't crit. Yeah, it just moved and it's already looking. It's okay, but it's definitely having trouble moving.
Just asking, can a large creature how big is that mimic?
That mimic,
So large.
yes, it is a large.
It's
the
large?
one size larger than any of the normal characters.
Okay, because I'm large right now. Just
Okay, so you're same size.
yep, same size.
He's a tiny bear.
Yeah, he's a cute little cub right now. It's
Technically, it would be taking up 4 spaces.
He's a Pooh Bear.
Oh, bother.
True.
Give him a honey pot.
There we go.
Oh god, he looks squished.
He's on a diet, guys. Okay, give him a chance.
All right, so being
Somebody
Sauron
stepped on him.
was above him, we'll move you down one.
Yeah.
Because Sauron was originally standing above you. So, moving past him, we're looking at Armor C. So the next armor moves to life and begins working its way up and attempts to bring its sword right down on your neck.
Okay.
22
Yeah, it hits.
and 15.
15 damage?
15 to hit.
Oh, wait.
It has multi attack.
Both hit.
Okay. That puts at there we go. It would help if I'm not looking at the mimic.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Maybe the mimic
The
turned into a
first
suit of
one-
armor.
The first one is 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And the second one is 3 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Both of them just carving right through your shoulder.
Bear goes.
Or
All
sounds
right.
like Caden on Taco Night.
And the other one hiding away in the hall begins to move and is now moving to strike you on your flank, which puts it at advantage. You
Thanks
are
for
now
leaving
flanked.
me, everybody.
Hold on. I just had an airhead moment. There we go. That's cocked. So for the first one, 9.
No.
That was with advantage too. Second one, 11.
Nope.
Yep. Swing once, swing twice. Second one gets stuck in the door frame.
You suck.
You just have problems with that door frame.
I do. They both ended up hitting the dang door frame. And Steve is up.
Doorframe MVP.
All right. Let's see. I'm surrounded by 3 at the moment.
Yep.
Right. He's gonna look at the one that's over to the left of him. This one. And click. Wait, how do I do it?
You switch over to your cursor.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. This one. Looking at this guy.
Okay.
And he's gonna turn and he'll growl and just bite straight down into the center of the torso. A 17 to hit,
Oh, that definitely hits.
9 damage.
Yeah, that definitely crunches some armor.
And then it's gonna use its multi-attack for the claws. 16 to hit,
Okay. Yep, that hits.
11 damage.
There we go. Yep, this armor is beginning to wobble and just kind of barely hold itself together. It definitely did not stand up to that mauling well.
And then going to use, because that was, I have multi-attack. That's just what he gets to do. I still have my bonus action.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to expend one of my spell slots. First level spell slot to figure out what that circle. Okay, yeah. I can, as a bonus action, I can use use my bonus action to expend one spell slot to regain 1d8 HP per level of the spell slot expended. Oh, okay. Actually, if that's the case, I could do like a. That is 1. I regain 1 hit point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Then use it all up in one place.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, does that wrap up your turn?
Yeah.
All right, we're on to Vermont.
Vermont once again takes a swipe at his foe in pole. With a critical. Following it
Yeah,
up with a
it hits.
second. I'm going to do all the attacks first so that we got a
Okay.
sequence of things.
Okay.
So then following it around with a second slash for 14.
That.
Do you want to add your
Make-
bless to it?
I do. So that would be an additional d4.
Okay.
which
Yeah,
is
it
next to-
hits.
So it's a 16.
Yep. 16 hits.
Wonderful.
It's gonna hurt.
So it would be done as two-handed because that's what his style is.
Okay.
So two-handed, so 12 plus 10. So
It
it'd be
doubles
20.
the. You rolled an 8, so the 8's what doubles.
Correct, which is what its critical damage is.
16.
I
Yeah.
don't know how
Okay.
to roll this.
If you hover over the 12, it tells you the breakdown.
I know, I was just wondering what this like slash and two-hand critical damage sound is. Like, I don't know what it's doing with that one, but so
Oh,
8,
okay.
16, 17,
So-
20, so it would be 20 based
20
on our
damage.
calculations.
Okay. The first one is 20. That's just pure slashing.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, it definitely is not looking great after that slash.
Plus the 14 damage that comes out after it.
All right, so with
Plus.
oh god, plus what?
Look, I activated the right, so he's hemorrhaging. No, not the hemorrhaging thing. The blood right. He's crimson right, so he takes an extra d6 on top of those ones. So
Oh,
1 and 2. So an extra 10 damage on top of that one.
ew.
Is he dead?
And as a
Burning focus.
bonus action.
Jesus.
All right, so just before I do continue on, does he survive so far?
Okay, so at this point, it is like its tongue is on the floor, just it can't barely lift its tongue. It is just drool coming out, teeth falling out. It is barely holding.
Wonderful.
Finish him.
I'm just looking for this one. Because I don't really particularly like this particular fellow. The blood that is spewed from the mimic itself starts pulling back into his body against the sword itself, and the sword charges up before shattering its blood down into itself, causing a brand of castigation to appear on its tongue. Basically, from now on, if that creature attacks anyone else, it will take 3 psychic damage.
Ah! Okay. Got it. Is there any sort of check or anything?
Nope, you just get it. Suffer.
Yay. Okay. I'm assuming that's the end of your turn.
Quite.
Okay. Cross, you're up.
This thing is that close to death.
Yep.
Cross is, of course, just going to finish it off, slamming his sword down into it.
All
And
right.
just for ease of use here.
Ooh. That is a miss. That is not. Second one definitely hits.
There you go. He gets 8 damage and 3 fire damage.
One-handed, so that's a total of 11. All right, so with that, there is like little bits of burnt skin. It's like fading from consciousness. It is barely conscious. It can't even hardly keep its eyes open.
It has
There is-
eyes.
Yeah, I was just
there's
gonna say what?
Right above its all those gnarly teeth. There's about 6 eyes stretching sideways across it. 3 on either side.
Okay, it was a teddy bear. It would at least have 2.
Yeah, no, it's got 6. As soon as it reverted back to its mimic form, it's got 6 eyes, rows and rows of gnarly teeth that are now pretty much just falling out. Its tongue, its long purple tongue is just draped across the floor, pools of purple blood everywhere. It's barely conscious. Anything else, Cross?
Let's see, what bonus actions do I have? I'm reading something. Hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. The bonus action is Divine Smite. I'm going to expend 1 level 1 spell slot to add an additional 2d8 radiant damage.
Okay, what's the hit on it?
It's from my attack that hit.
Let me read that. Does that need to be called before you do the attack?
No,
No?
no.
I think it needs to
If the attack
When-
is a hit,
before you say damage.
When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target in addition to the weapon's damage.
Okay. Alright, yeah, you should be fine. It is when you hit, so. I
So
won't be a dick about it and make you say it before the damage.
11. Yeah, that's 11 radiant damage.
Alright, yeah, this mimic is it just collapses. And one more cough of purple blood and it's done.
Before it divinely starts bursting into a light fire. I don't know how smite works, to be honest.
Neither do I. Yeah, it's lying limp in a pool of its own purple blood. It's done.
Stick a fork in it, she's done.
Which leaves us with. Nope, that one's dead. Mantra is next.
All right, it's looking around. Okay, the one across the room. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not 6, is it? If I back up 1, can I? Will that be 6 to the one diagonal?
Click and show.
That one right there. If I back up here, can I charge here? Will that be 6?
2, 5, 6. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna back up here and go rampaging at this.
Okay.
There's a thing in the way and also people, right?
Oh, good.
He's gonna skirt past those two, but he's not gonna avoid the circle.
You're
No,
going
I'm
right
with the
through spike
circle.
growth. Okay.
Right, yeah, right through the spike growth, and I am charging right at this thing.
All right.
How much damage does he take?
That triggers 3 times.
3 times. Okay.
Let me
Hold on,
see.
I got you.
The best
What?
part is he climbs up on top of that piece of furniture there to do it.
Oh wait, I
Very
did it
good.
wrong.
We know what
That-
spike growth is now.
How? Where? Okay, hold on.
Oh, what kind of damage is it?
He decides to run through it without knowing what the damage
Yeah,
is.
yeah. It's I know. It's just
2d4 piercing per square it passes through.
didn't I click it
So
before
that's-
and it
So
did it?
that's 60.
Well, no.
64.
I just need to know if it was halved or not. So for me,
It's piercing damage.
yeah, so it's halved for me.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. I found it. So I got to do this 3 times, right?
Oh my god!
It's 21. So cut that in half. It's 10 damage. So you got 10 points of piercing damage after it's halved.
Okay, so
Did he
yep. I'm
Did he
going-
trip over the bed?
I charged past it.
Yeah, he was charging. I'll let it go.
All right, charging. All right. First, I'm gonna do my charge attack first.
Okay.
All right. 23 hits.
Yep, that's a definite hit.
Wow, what is with this low damage here? Like,
He rolled
what
a
is this?
1.
Okay, 5 points of bludgeoning damage to that thing.
Alright. It shrugs it right off.
And then it's taking 2 Great Axe swings. So let me do a hits first. What's with a nat 1?
Yep, that's a no.
That's a 24, that's better.
Okay, second one hits.
Damage for the 1. Do I have to add anything for rage? Oh yeah, +2 for melee damage. So that would be a 16.
Okay. Yeah, after that greatsword strike, it took a minute to stand back up.
It's an
That
axe.
definitely great axe. That definitely put it on its knees, and it took a second to get back up.
I think that's it. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me.
All right. All right. Armor behind Steve stumbles a couple steps forward and brings its blade down twice right across his hindquarters with advantage because he's
You
still
like-
flanked.
You know, you realize that Darkwing likes hitting between the hindquarters.
Shut up. 9.
Nope.
And 22.
That hits.
So what you're saying is Darkwing likes to smack that bear ass.
Well, he did it with my
That's
character
8
too.
points of slashing damage.
How much?
Or 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Sorry. Hold on. Yes.
8.
Yep.
Okay.
And the mimic's dead. All right. So the armor in front of Mantra definitely wobbling back and forth. And on one wobble, it whips its blade around for a couple of swings.
Come at me, bro.
So we are looking at 8 and 10.
Miss.
Yeah, it's wobbling so much they both just go wide. Leaving Sauron next.
Hey. Saying that they are surrounding Steve, I will move down here. And I will take my my flanking attack on the back of this armor.
There's no flanking advantage. Because Shavy's already been flanked, he cannot give you a flanking advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I didn't even
Well.
think about that. So yeah, it's not flanked because Steve is flanked already.
oh, yeah, that's fine. I still got the bless.
Is he
hit.
hidden then?
Yep.
No, I don't need to be hidden if it's in combat with an ally.
Okay.
Either I get advantage or it's in combat with
Are you looking for
ally.
sneak attack? Oh.
Yeah, sneak attack requires you to be hidden or have advantage. He's definitely
it's
not hidden.
I think it's
It's have advantage on the attack, or if the target is in combat with a ally.
technically it's in combat with an ally.
It definitely is. It just hit me.
Okay. So you get the sneak attack damage, but not the advantage on the hit.
Yeah, I got to roll a regular hit, but I have the bless bonus to the attack roll,
Yes.
so I
Yep.
still
Yes.
get some kind of bonus to the attack roll.
Yep.
That's 15 to hit.
That hits.
All right, that is 12 piercing damage. And we got 17 from sneak attack.
Oh. Yeah, that armor is teetering back and forth. Its parts of it are falling off already. It barely is holding its form together. All right, anything else?
No, I'll stay right here and try to continue to help Steve.
All right. This armor is going to move 5 feet
All right.
to move into position on Mantra. That's 2d6. 2d4? 2d6? 2d4, yeah. 2d4. All right. All right, and it is going to bring its blade down twice on Mantra,
Okay.
who is now flanked.
Oh, he'll be fine.
15 on the first one.
That's my armor class.
Okay. And so close. 23 on the second one.
That's a hit.
I was one away from a natural 20. Ooh, that is going to be 18 points of slashing damage.
Is that already halved or is that the full
No,
damage?
it's not halved. Oh, yeah, you have half, so that's only 9 to you then.
Yep.
Barbarians. That'll be the end of that one's turn. All right, now the one on the front corner of Steve. Bringing his blade across your front forearm for another 2 hits. First one, 14.
That hits.
Okay. Second one, 5.
Nope.
All right.
Flanking advantage.
Yep. Yep, I added that. 3 points of slashing damage right across your arm.
Oh, bear arm.
Yeah, bear arm. All right. And now you have 2 more attacks coming from your rear side there. And the one to the right of you that hasn't quite managed to come in the door yet. 19
That hits.
and 15.
That hits too.
All right. Combined 6 points of slashing damage.
All right.
All right. Top of the round. Steve's turn.
Very angry. You're hearing very angry bear noises. And he looks over at the one right here. Freaking bites it, attempts to bite its head off with a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
Does 7 damage.
Okay, you bite into that helm and the rest of the armor just falls apart underneath it.
Just grabs a hold of the head, and it's not just like an initial just bites it off. He grabs a hold to it and he just lifts it, does like a flip, and like suplexes by holding the armor's head, just flips it over and just piles it into the ground with a raw. When it hits the ground, the head just snaps off, and it's in the bear's teeth. And while the head is still in the bear's teeth, it turns over to the one staring at this armor that's in front of him. And then it turns to the one to the right here, with that one on the ground, not moving anymore, and does a claw attack straight towards it while still holding the head in its jaws, kind of crunching down on it like a tin can. 25 to hit.
That hits.
11 damage. Shredding through the front of the armor. Just.
Oh yeah, that bounces him back, and he takes a second to come back.
And all of the attacks are
throws it
magical
off.
as well. That
Okay.
that Steve does for purposes of resistances.
Yep.
And that's Steve. That guy's dead, right? The one right here.
Is that the one you hit? I thought you hit the one between you and Sauron.
This was the injured one, right?
They're both injured.
Yeah, I mangled that one behind you pretty hard.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let me look here.
Yeah, I mean both. Yeah, so yeah, this one and then this one. Yeah,
Okay.
the 11 here on this one.
Okay. Let me tweak that here. Okay, so the one to the bottom left of you is like pieces of it are falling off, and it's scrambling to keep its form together. More so focusing on that than even focusing on attacking you. It's barely holding. And Vermont Vermont is up next.
Vermont, seeing blood and everything, moves down to this particular location and takes an attempted attack at this particular character here.
There?
That is correct.
Okay.
He swipes out
All
it with
right.
his sword, swinging with a 10 plus the bless bonus, just in case, which is 13 in total.
That come here. Does not hit.
Wonderful. After seeing his attack miss, he swings around again for his secondary attack, getting the pretty much same results, unless he can get a 4 on this d4, which he does. 14.
That hits.
Wonderful. So he attacks it with that one, doing this is two-handed damage. So 5 on that. Actually, I am using the wrong one. I actually don't know what it's doing on that one. Wait, no, now I see. Never mind. Yep. Slashing two-hand damage is on that particular one, and that is followed up with his blood right, his crimson right, which I'm trying to find the damage for on that one now.
Gotta love bless.
Gotta love bless.
Yeah, it saved my attack earlier, so
For an extra 3 damage as sparks crackle through the armor.
So totaling 8.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, with that attack, it pretty much blasted about a third of its armor chunks off, and it's just barely keeping itself upright.
Wonderful. Then as a bonus action, Fur is going to wear more along his hair as everything as the recapture takes a little bit as he shifts into his semi-form, gaining temporary plus 8 hit points. So 13 in total. Wait, what the heck did I do that?
You're shifting forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that will be his turn.
Wow, he got big.
It's not the size, it's how you use it.
Right.
And I do believe that ends my turn. It looks to be our Tin Can Man's.
Yep.
Since it looks like you have that handled over there, if you wouldn't mind moving me there.
Okay.
And how much damage have you taken, Steve?
A lot.
I need a number.
I wouldn't worry about it. But, I mean, I had like 42 and I'm at 17 now.
Okay. Cross lays a hand on you, and you regain 35.
Jeez. Okay.
Just instant full health.
Yep. Yep. All right. Wait.
And as its second action,
Wait,
attacks
17,
this.
17 to 42, right? That's 25, not 35.
No, I have a 35 pool to lay on hands.
Yeah. I'm saying you only needed to use 25, not the whole 35.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
That means I still have 10 points left. All right, so yes, attacking this guy.
Okay, the one out in the hallway.
So much scrolling around. That's a dirty 20.
That definitely hits.
So it's 6 damage total.
It takes the hit and it just kind of rolls its shoulder and shrugs it off, refocusing on you.
That was my move.
All right. Moving on to Mantra.
I wonder what I'm gonna do. I guess I will use my bonus action to use my lovely storm. The one in front of me, how badly is it? Like, is it like
The one to the left of you or above you?
the left of me?
Okay. That one is. Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty ragged. Not
Alright.
quite as beat up as the one above you, but.
It's taking 5 lightning damage.
All right. And with
Just
that,
goes.
it begins to start losing pieces of its armor.
Is it dead?
No.
God damn it. Okay. Let's see.
It definitely hurt, but it is not down.
I'm gonna take a swing at it then.
Okay.
I'm
No, that doesn't hit. Yeah, that hits.
It does not just swing at it, it swings at its
with
ancestors.
a 8 because of my rage.
Okay. 8, you said?
Yep, 8.
Yeah, you bring your sword through it and it just blows it to pieces.
Oh, good. Okay, and then I'm gonna just turn and be like, "Ha, you're next." Within that one.
Yep.
Does
So-
the D4 get me anywhere?
You want to roll a d20 for me?
Actually, I'm gonna do reckless.
Okay.
Does he slip in the blood?
I think
Oh,
I
I was
get
thinking about it.
I get advantage.
You have to say that before you roll.
You
Right?
rolled
No.
for its as you said.
Reckless, you can call it.
That's better. 17.
Yep, you bring that great axe down on it and it just blows to pieces behind it.
Haha.
And
turn around
anything
and-
else?
Turn around and like have my hand out for a high five for Mont.
It's going to be a nervously claw-tipped handshake. I'm not sure if you're going to smash me into next week too.
It came pretty close. If you hadn't called reckless, it would have been a chance.
Oh, jeez.
Standing in a pool of blood with a natural 1. There's no way I'm passing that
And
up.
rage. That's the worst part. And
Oh, yeah.
rage.
You got real lucky. All right, so you page through all of the Soren's turn.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move over here.
All right. And you do have advantage on this one.
Yep. Nice. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my stab move here.
Because that armor is engaged with Cross now instead of Steve.
$19 to hit.
Yep.
Okay. And that will be so that's 10 piercing damage and 13 sneak attack.
Yep. Those blades sink through it and it just collapses. It's done.
Which what you get for ganging up on our bear.
Leaving one remaining.
That's all I got.
All right. That moves to the armor's turn. And it is going to attack Cross, who has now interrupted it. So it is going to take 2 overhead swings at Cross. One for 16 and one for 11.
No and no.
That's it for that one. Both those attacks just swing wide. And Steve is up.
I swear the door frame's the MVP.
Oh yeah, no,
Steve!
He's nicking that door frame like every turn.
Steve will turn slowly to face the giant metal man. Not the one above him, the one outside the door. Who is... And you could, Cross, if you could see it, you could imagine, like, you know, those anime little red eyes will appear briefly. And in a rage, Steve will reach forward with his jaws and again grab the head of this thing and commence to try to thrash it around in a bearly fashion with a bite attack.
Yeah, just the black eye with the little red dot in the middle is what
Yeah.
you were talking about.
A 10.
10 does not hit.
So what happens when it goes to bite?
Well, you go to bite and it just kind of backsteps a little bit and you just scratch your teeth right across its chest plate.
Okay,
Not enough to cause damage though.
as its balance is off, it's gonna go. He's gonna reach up with his claws.
Okay.
With an
That
18 to hit.
hits.
And slash upwards in like a bear uppercut.
Yeah, you recover from that bite and you just drag your claws right up through the front of its armor,
14 damage.
leaving 3 nice big gashes right up the front. It definitely is not looking good. It's starting to stagger.
That's a turn.
And Vermont's next.
Vermont, seeing an opportunity, is going to run across the bear, jump across his back, and take a slash at him through the air as he's being raked upwards.
Okay. What's your movement? Let me ask that.
It's 40.
40? Okay.
So basically,
yeah.
this particular instance, I believe I would like to commit to jumping or using the back of the bear as a springboard.
Okay. Landing on what side of the armor are you aiming for?
Through the door.
Okay. So I'm going to need an acrobatics check.
Let's go. 15.
Yep, you're good. You take a running start. You bounce off that bear's back.
Right, and the attack in midair.
What are you using
Because
for a
it's
weapon?
A longsword.
Okay. And
For 23.
that definitely hits.
And he could have added bless.
Which would just be overkill.
Just to make sure. So, twirling through the air, he strikes through with 13 points of damage plus the additional d8 through the air. Sorry, the
So,
d8.
as you vault off the bear's back and you're basically pointing your feet straight up with your palm on top of its helmet, you just sink your blade right through the armor to its core and it just shatters. And you land on both your feet behind it.
And then I do a cool landing. Because why not?
And with that,
The mimic is
the
back!
jump is clear. It's a corpse. It's not actually alive. So Roll a Soren and Mantra. Roll a perception check for me as you're the two that are still in the room.
Bear's still in the room too.
Yeah,
I'm
but
the
you
only
have
one
a-
that's outside.
they're closer to what I'm
Nah.
looking for. Yeah, that's a no.
No, I don't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Your rage is still. You're still blind by rage.
That's gonna be 11.
Okay. It was a pretty simple one. So now that it's been dead a while, its contents are kind of starting to spill out. And
Oh.
out of its mouth, 3 purple spheres roll out.
Whoa.
Are they Autobots?
No. They are very. There's almost like this purple glowing arcane effect inside of each sphere. About half the size of a bowling ball. A little bigger than a softball.
Hmm.
Guys, did you see that landing? It was pretty cool.
No.
You guys see this? These 3 purple balls that this thing just coughed up.
Steve just turns around, sits down, it like cross-legged as the bear, just cocks its head looking at it.
Okay, so
Cross
before we
turn.
go any farther, my question is, how is everybody feeling? We're close to the end, but the way things are going with combat, we're probably looking at like another hour and a half.
I'll leave that up to the other people, but I'm comfortable if we want to take this to another session.
I would say go to another session.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Gosh, Darkwing, you promised this to be a one-shot, not a two-shot.
Well, when we had gone literally like 50 feet in the first 2 hours,
Yeah, I was not expecting it to go that way.
See, the thing is, you planned for 30 minutes, and then it turns into the full
Yeah.
hours. I've learned that the hard way.
All
This is
right,
fun.
so we will continue. What, tomorrow maybe? Or when do you guys want to do the continuation? I guess technically day, but whenever works for you guys.
How about next week?
Next week is fine with
yeah, we can
me.
do that.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Wrap it
that
up
works.
and then continue on with our campaign.
Same time next week.
Woo!
It was a lot of fun. Good job, Darkwing.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
I have some
definitely
notes
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
does
yeah.
this mean you guys got your combat? Does that mean I don't have to do combat? I'm just kidding. I still want to kill you guys.
I mean, to be fair, you really didn't do much combat tonight.
We kind of talked our way out of the first big fight.
Were you
I was-
expecting that, Darkwing?
No, I was expecting that first
Oh.
one to be a fight.
Oh, if that one wolf I was hiding near like would have actually taken any aggressive action, I was about to pounce all over that.
Okay, so when you guys went back to the camp and that wolf turned to follow you, he goes and rolls, what was it, like 27 or 30? It was 30.
Yeah, I got
and
piece on stealth, and I've got 2 magical items that give me like advantage on stealth and for hiding and movement.
I really hate to tell you this, but it was kind of wasted because that wolf rolled a natural 1 on his perception.
Oh my gosh.
I couldn't
Hey,
see shit.
I managed like a ninja and blended into the environment perfectly.
You did. It was bad. You got a natural 20 basically, and it got a natural 1.
You could have sat on it and it wouldn't have even noticed.
It practically stepped on me.
Yeah, it did. That was fun.
I don't think he expected Cross to use Zone of Truth on the wolves.
No, I did not. That threw me.
I did not expect you to heal the bear, which I was getting ready to drop the form anyways.
They make you dump your wolf, and now you're gonna feel bad if you dump the bear.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I was like, literally. I mean, I was just, if the next combat, I was just gonna like, I was gonna pop out after this and be like, okay, wild shape again. I'm full health. Hey, let's go. Well, all right.
That's the nice thing about druids and wild shape too.
Yeah, and I can get it back. I think it's on a short rest. I get it back.
Yeah, I think so.
So if we take a rest after this, I've got, yeah, but I can't get my freaking companion back until tomorrow because it's got it from the ranger skill. Yep.
I still have 4 spell slots left to cast.
I'm also kind of convinced that if you had kept your wolf open, they would have seen it. We would have
probably,
been fighting that particular thing back
Oh
there.
yeah, no,
We
there
probably
was
would have
about
killed
to be
everybody
a
in the
fight
town,
In
yeah.
town.
Murder hobo.
That's okay. Spike growth at the
This
tavern
was
entrance.
the most anti-murder hobo one I have seen.
Just, I had the thought like I could just spike growth the tavern entrance and watch them walk out and just melt.
They would die. They're villagers. They would die.
I know.
I've got expertise on deception. That's why I was like, hey, they went that way.
Yep.
Not only are they villagers, but they all lack sleep.
Yeah.
No, I'll seduce them with my centaur charm.
The whole thing about Cross is he's actually super nice. He's just really shy because of his condition.
All right, y'all. That was fun. Woo!
It
Yeah, it was.
indeed.